everybody. Welcome to Impossible Coin. I'm Brian Cartwright. I am joined by Zelda enthusiast Tegan Somerset.
I think that's the most accurate title you've given me on this show, yes.
Wow. I'm glad it works.
Yay!
And Tegan and I are joined by fighting game scientist Rocky Hardy.
Hey, that's me. What up?
And at this point,
I think that's also accurate.
E3 and the Summer Games Fest and all the people who kind of set up the little indie shows not formally associated with either are all in the rear view.
That's not true. Summer Games Fest has something in July.
And also we have, what is it, Activision is doing something in July?
Oh,
shit, that's right.
And EA is doing something in July. Fuck me.
We're through the first sprint. We're through, like, the really intense part, I think.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, I'm tired. I would like a vacation.
Boy, oh boy, I sure am looking forward to EA telling us about soccer games again and how Battlefield will have 128 guys in it. Like, that's... You know what? We can save our disappointment for EA another day.
Yeah, for the show.
We have business, and I guess before we really just dig into the particulars of any given show, there's something about the way E3 is organized, which has always been a truth which I've instinctually known, and I guess it makes sense if you think about it, but it didn't really register in a big way until I watched some of the shows this year, and I was just like, why is this show? ? Mm-hmm. And it never really occurred to me as a conscious thought that every slot that is formally part of E3 is sold by the ESA. If you have a formal slot where your show is shown on the E3 feed, you're on the E3 calendar, and you're eligible for E3 awards, it is because your company bought a slot. And that just didn't fucking register for me this year. And I think the shows that really just made me realize, yeah, I guess that's how it goes, is Mythical Games and Yooreka and Intellivision. I was like, how did this happen? How did Freedom Games get a slot? And it's because these companies were like, okay, we're shooting our shot. We're getting at our checkbook. That's important. And whether or not it was meaningful for some of these smaller companies to get out their checkbook and get a formal E3 slot, I think is something that we can contextually discuss around each one of those individual shows. But I guess it had just never really occurred to me that it's just the ESA accepting fucking payola. How about y'all?
I wouldn't call it payola, but I feel like I kind of always knew that.
Yeah. I don't know. I think next year, the way we do this is maybe we still watch all the shows, but the 3-person collective that is this podcast determines whether or not we give them the time of day. You know?
Yeah, that sounds fair.
If we start watching a show, we're like, this is bullshit. We just won't record on it. You know?
At least for this year, because part of the conversation for this year was E3 even necessary? There was a lot of conversation around that going into the show. Does there need to be an E3? And I feel like there was some shit that happened at this year's E3 where the ESA was kind of doing the opposite of making the case for itself. Mm-hmm. When I opened my Twitter feed on Monday the 14th, I saw a lot of talk about a show that Rocky's going to be talking about, and none of the things I saw being said about it were good. People were like, why is this happening? What the fuck is this? I can't believe that the ESA sold a half hour to Verizon.
Was it just a half hour? Nah, it's okay. We'll figure that out later.
From what I understand, it was a half hour that felt like a lifetime. There's been a lot of talks about the gaming industry needing to be more responsible and understanding what its constituent parts are and leaving a better footprint on the earth. To hear someone on the official E3 stream legitimately use the phrase, putting the fun back in non-fungible token, was a vibe.
Yeah, no, that quote is fully deranged. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Right. It seems like some of this stuff, like, definitely, I think, left E3 open for that conversation about, like, is E3 necessary? Because a lot of the shows that I think that we loved this year weren't shows that were formally associated with E3. Either they were associated with Summer Games Fest, like in the case of Day of the Devs, or they were, like, fully independently produced shows, like, say, the Wholesome Game Show or Playdate, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. I think the whole reason that any of those shows exist at this point is because E3 refuses to play defense. You know what I mean? Even dating back to, like, when Keighley was, you know, dissatisfied from the way that they were doing things to when he spun off for Summer Games Fest last year, and all these little pocket shows that are basically mimicking the direct format, which appears to be incredibly reproducible. It just seems to me that E3 thinks that they're too big to fail, and they refuse to think of anything else. And so these things are going to happen until someone finally takes their lunch.
Right. It's kind of wild because, like, my wife, when she was watching some of the shows with me, she compared it right now to WrestleMania weekend. You know, like, so many people at this point don't fly to the city hosting WrestleMania to even go to WrestleMania. They're going to, like, the indie shows that, like, put themselves up the same weekend in the same town.
Right. You know, the basis of the idea is that, like, E3 as a show, so I guess the ESA, truly believes that the reason people care about this season is because of E3, but it's clearly about video games.
Right.
The same way that, like, WWE believes that the reason that people show up for WrestleMania is because of everything WrestleMania is, but it's about the wrestling.
Right.
And so whenever they figure that out, and I hope it is soon, they'll probably start doing better. But, you know, if they don't, then, you know, fuck them. Whatever. There's plenty of other people who are giving us the things that we want.
Yeah. Also, like, big shout-outs to Jeff Keighley for what I would like to call, like, excellent aftercare for the Summer Games Fest. Like, between having 40 demos available on the Xbox platform associated with Summer Games Fest, a not insignificant number. You just go download these fucking demos for a week. And then once you have the demo downloaded, you can play it forever. Does it, like, it's not one of those time bomb demos. So between, like, 40 demos available for Summer Games Fest on Xbox, he's also been doing, like, these daily Twitter Spaces Q&As where he's talking about, like, what he wants to do in the future with Summer Games Fest and, like, what are people's feedback for Summer Games Fest. And, like, I've sat in on a few of them, and, like, yeah, some people are just getting into the Twitter Spaces because it's a Twitter Space with a famous guy. They're saying things like, I just made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for my kid. Ah! There are people who have been like, hey, like, here's what we hope to see from Summer Games Fest in the future in terms of, like, you know, meaningful representation and how can we balance indies with, like, larger publishers. And, like, that all seems to be stuff that he's listening to, and he is really enthusiastic about this industry. And, like, for me, that somehow, like, that just never really clicked for me before Summer Games Fest this year. Like, I had always put him into the Doritos and Mountain
Corporate show.
Yeah, I'd always just kind of put him into that box because, like, when he worked for GameSpot, that was a box that GameSpot put him into. You know, where, like, the very famous picture of, like, a kind of glum-looking Jeff Keighley sitting in between a pile of Mountain Dew and a pile of Doritos. You're like, man, this guy looks like a fucking asshole. And you're like, well, you know what? His employer wanted him to look like a fucking asshole.
Right.
But he's definitely worn his heart on his sleeve in the last month, and it is shown. And he put together a hell of a show. Like, most of what we're talking about today is, like, either E3 or independently produced show. Like, Summer Games Fest, at least in terms of shows that we're talking about today, is effectively over, and I think I really enjoyed Summer Games Fest. So y'all want to talk some shows?
Yeah, you're up first, man.
All right. So the first show is a doozy. It was the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. And man, I think my first major observation about the show was it felt like Microsoft was, like, trying to tiptoe around the idea that they just own fucking Bethesda, right? By calling it the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase, it felt like they were trying to, like, present it as a merger and not an acquisition.
Sure.
Yeah, and I was like, press X to doubt. That's not what happened. That is not why this thing needed approval from the SEC. You fully fucking absorbed this company.
I think it was more of an attempt to, like, assuage the concerns of the, like, casual PS5 owner. But, like, nah, man, you're not getting their shit.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's not happening anymore. If you want to play a Bethesda game, guess you need an Xbox or a PC.
Right. They definitely took a tactical shift from orbit on those people, like, nearly immediately. When they're like, hey, please watch this, like, teaser trailer for Starfield. And you could, like, hear across the world people getting out their giant 64-ounce tubs of Vaseline. And then at the end of that trailer, when they're like, that's right, everybody, Starfield, and it's coming exclusively to devices with Xbox Game Pass. Ha, 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 ha. Mm-hmm. And you could feel the vice turning, right? Like, we have been talking about this idea for years that, like, at some point, Microsoft is going to own enough studios and have enough, like, good first-party shit in development that the industry will be able to feel the pressure from not having Game Pass on their devices. And this felt like the show, and this felt like the year.
Okay. Well, I do agree that the inclusion of Bethesda's name on, like, their show is insidious. I do believe that Bethesda is valuable as a brand, and there are people that would simply miss the new Bethesda game news if they didn't see their name on the actual show.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
And I do agree that Microsoft putting out more first-party shit and, like, their particular interest in, like, making sure that they are kind of everywhere with Game Pass is a force that cannot be ignored. However, I'm not sure if their first-party efforts will be enough to do that, because Nintendo's not the same way. I agree that Nintendo is particularly isolationist about these types of things, but I'm not sure if the need to have the greatest games on your console are going to be particularly convincing to, like, Sony or Nintendo.
I don't think Sony would ever even entertain the idea.
Sure.
Like, right now, Sony is, like, definitely painting themselves into, like, what I would call very much, like, a gaming monoculture. Like,
right.
Please name for me the last Sony first-party game that was not a third-person action game. You know, with, like, a dude yay high who explores, like, a open-world environment. Like, there is, like, an idea of what video games are that is, like, is starting to be, like, a Sony thing. And a lot of that has to do with, like, their guidance from their senior leadership. And that is part of why Sony thinks at this point that they're unassailable. They're like, we can't be defeated. We've got open world adventure games with guys yay fucking high, and, you know, they're great, and they're cinematic, like your Uncharted's and your Last of Us and your Gods of War and your Horizons and your Days Gone, but we don't really talk about that one, and Ghost of Tsushima. Like, these are all, like, with some permutations within the formula, the same type of game. And when I look at Microsoft and I look at Nintendo, I see, like, a much deeper variety of gaming experiences offered by those first-party publishers. And the reason why I think we see less gameplay diversity from Sony is, for them, it is a philosophical thing. There is a thing that they think is the quadruple A game. They think they've nailed the formula. And to a certain extent, they're right. People who I would call, like, Sony diehard fans believe that Sony makes the best games in the world right now. I don't think they would ever see a need to do the business with Microsoft. But Nintendo definitely feels like they're playing, like, a different kind of game.
They always have been.
Right. Like, and as a result, I could still see them doing the business. Especially since the death of Iwata, Nintendo has been, like, moving, like, very glacially toward more traditional kinds of business decisions and safer business decisions. Like, we know that the Switch was in development before, you know, Mr. Iwata passed. And, like, since then, like, it's kind of like we've been, like, smoothing out the wrinkles and getting rid of the weird. I think that at this point, if Nintendo believes that they can essentially outsource participation in that kind of console race, this was like, hey, you want to buy a Nintendo Switch for Nintendo first-party titles, but for so many people, they've had it beat into their head, like, well, what is there on Switch other than Nintendo? That is said repeatedly by so many people.
That's not reflected, like, in the numbers, though. Like, the Switch is doing fine. It still sells.
Right.
People buy everything that comes out on it.
And this is one of the things that, like, I think is worth talking about, which is that, like, at this point, like, the Switch is, like, rapidly reaching a install base of 100 million.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to know is, like, what is the attach rate on the Switch? Like, how many games does every Switch owner buy? That's interesting stuff. If you're also, like, say, Nintendo, and you're getting ready to launch a new piece of hardware, and you want to, like, maybe, say, convince existing Switch owners to acquire that new piece of hardware, if, like, one of the things that you can do is, like, say, like, hey, here comes the new Nintendo Switch Pro, now featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series, is strong enough that it can run the Xbox Game Pass app that you can download from the store. So now that way you can, like, sit here on your Switch and play Grounded or play Gears of War or whatever. But you know what? Like, a lot of this feels a little bit like a digression, so I just want to hop back to the show because we've got a shit ton to cover today. So they showed Starfield, and they said Starfield is coming exclusively to platforms with Xbox Game Pass. They also mentioned at the top of the show that they were going to be showing 30 games, and that 27 of the 30 games that they were showing were going to launch into Game Pass, which was, I think, probably the best ad for just buy the fucking box that they could have done. Like, we're going to show a shit ton of things, and if you just get the fucking box and subscribe to the fucking service, you'll just get them all. Asterisks, except for 3. They then showed Stalker 2 and a game called Contraband, which is from Avalanche, the studio at Warner, which developed the Just Cause series. And, like, I'm sure that there are people who care about these games. I am not one of them.
No.
Were either of you tickled by Stalker 2 or Contraband?
I think Stalker 2 is, like... I mean, it's definitely a first-person shooter, but it seemed oddly emotionally rich in a way that I'm not used to with shooters. I think there might be something to it, but I don't know.
Okay. Then they announced that Jack Sparrow is coming to fucking Sea of Thieves.
Good for them.
Sea of Thieves is another one of those games where, like, it launched in a state that people were like, what is going on with this game? But it has had, like, dedicated, persistent, large amounts of support since launch, and seems to be doing well now. I think I would call it at this point, like, No Man's Sky syndrome.
Excuse you, that's Final Fantasy XIV syndrome.
Fair enough. I did not realize that No Man's Sky had caught Final Fantasy XIV syndrome.
Yeah, it happens, man.
Yeah. Like, it's a whole fucking campaign built around, like, Pirates of the Caribbean stuff, and at one point in the footage they just showed a whole party of people who were all wearing, like, Jack Sparrow-themed gear, so it was just like, here's an army of Jack Sparrows running around with the Jack Sparrow NPC, and I'm like, yep, that's a whole vibe. Mm. We finally got a release date for 12 minutes. I still really want to play 12 minutes. I
forgot about 12 minutes until they re-showed it to us.
Right. And it looks like we don't have long to wait. It's coming out in August. Mm-hmm. And then we'll all get into our top-down time loops. And then they gave us a release date for Psychonauts 2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fucking
And friends, I am stoked. Stoked! I think it might be cynical of me to say that, like, part of the reason that Double Fine sold to Microsoft was that, like, they had all of that, like, crowdfunding money, but it wasn't quite enough. They needed, like, a larger injection of cash to get that thing over the finish line.
I'm willing to believe that.
Because, man, that game looks big, fancy, and expensive.
Mm-hmm. Should be dope, though.
Yeah, like, it looks like a Double Fine-ass Double Fine game.
Damn, I wonder... No, I'm probably not going to be able to do it. The first time I actually played through Psychonauts was, like, 6-7 years after the fact. Mm-hmm. And one of the patrons of our show, Oscar Garcia, it's his favorite video game. Like, it's top 2 and it's not 2. You know what I mean?
Right.
We played it together because we used to do stuff where like we knew like a single player like adventure game, and we just like play through it start to finish, kind of like an extended like hangout sleepover sort of thing. We've done it with both Paper Marios, we did it with Shadow of the Colossus, and we did it with Psychonauts. And I think we got through Psychonauts in like, I want to say 18 hours, start to finish.
Right.
And it was a really good time. I mean, I don't think we're going to be able to do that with this on launch, but I think I'd like to do that again.
That sounds like a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Then they announced that there is an expansion coming to Fallout 76.
Yeah.
Where players can return to Pittsburgh. I am sure that people will be excited about that. I am not one of those people.
I thought Pittsburgh looked pretty good.
Again, like Fallout 76 is one of those things where it seems like they've been hammering away at it since launch, and it is no longer the lying to people about a duffel bag game.
I think what's interesting with a lot of these live service games, at least the ones that find success over time, is that the developer, publisher, whoever, decides we're going to need this game to be a game as a service, and it's going to be online. Which in this case is pretty antithetical to like the rest of the Fallout experience. But once it actually came out, and like the people that were angry about it ultimately left, they just sat there and listened to the people who were playing. And then they made a game for them. Which I think is interesting in its own right. But, you know, maybe don't charge people $60 up front for it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I was talking about this idea with a friend of the show, Stuart Templeton, and we were talking about it specifically in the context of No Man's Sky, that, like, no matter how much you like where No Man's Sky eventually went as a game, there was something quintessentially dishonest about the way the game launched, because there were features that were outright promised in the game at launch that simply weren't there. You just go back and watch Sean Murray's interview on Late Show with Stephen fucking Colbert. Like, No Man's Sky was getting, like, traditional media late night television route.
Yep.
Yeah, they were just like, oh yeah, man, like totally, this game will make you breakfast. And it's like, flash forward 2 months later, no breakfast. And so, like, I am glad that, like, Sea of Thieves and Fallout 76 and No Man's Sky are all, like, fun now, good for them. But, like, $60, paying people $60 to, like, hope that one day they'll figure their shit out. Because for every one of these games, there's like 10 anthems, you know, or like it's a lot more common for a game to launch and take a shit, and then for the developer to be like, you know what, fuck it. Like, you know what, fuck it is a lot more common. Then they showed this game called Party Animals, and it appears to me that Fall Guys was like the leading edge of like what I'm going to call a new genre, which is LOL murder battle royales. Where you're like, ha ha ha, it's funny, other players are dying. And just like, I can't. I just fucking can't with this emergent genre. Like,
Wait, is Party Animals a battle royale?
It is, in fact, a battle royale. Like, I went and I read, like, all the marketing collateral afterwards. They're like, we're a battle royale.
Huh. I thought it was more like arena-based, like Gang Beasts. But I guess that's something you could do.
Right. I'm really not into this LOL murder battle royale. Like, I just don't know why. Why? Do either of you understand the appeal of this genre?
Yeah. It is bright and colorful. You know, it's pleasant to look at. Mm-hmm. But it also, like, feeds, like, you know, darker desires. And, like, you get to, like, hang out and, like, fuck around in, like, a non-threatening world while still being able to do sort of threatening things. I get it. It's a vibe.
And also, none of the deaths are permanent. Like, oh, well, you just log into the next one, you know? Mm-hmm. It's like the Purge without the permanence.
Yeah.
Okay. After that, then they showed Halo Infinite. And obviously the delay on Halo Infinite was a really good idea. Because this game looks so much more impressive than the last time they showed it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Definitely a strong decision to delay. The grappling hook looks fucking awesome. The jetpack looks fucking awesome. The movement looks like a lot more engaging. I cannot think of the last time I've wanted to engage with Halo's multiplayer. Like, I'm generally like a Halo single player guy.
Sure. Because
I'm a sucker for like the Halo lore. Like, Halo lore is exhausting, but it's fun. But they're like, hey, Brian, do you want to get back into Halo multiplayer? And I'm like, Yes, you fucking got me. I want to get back into Halo multiplayer.
How did you know? After all this time?
Yeah.
We know.
Mm-hmm.
It just pats you nicely on the shoulder.
Yeah. And all of the lore teases for when they started like setting up the story, because we're like, how far is this after 5? Because like at the end of 5, like Cortana had gone mad and was planning on taking over the fucking universe. Then they introduced new Cortana. And oh man, like so many things about new Cortana make me happy. First thing about new Cortana that makes me happy is how upset she makes worthless shithead nerds on the internet. Worthless shithead nerds who are like, oh man, I can't believe that new Cortana wears clothes.
Of course they are like that! God damn it, these fucking losers!
I know. Ugh.
Like, Joel McHale was talking to all of us, but I like to believe that he was specifically talking to them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so many people were like, I don't like her personality. She seems uppity. I'm like, if you are comfortable just using that word in regular discourse to describe humans, I would like to launch you into the fucking sun. They conveyed such a vibe with new Cortana. She seems so amazing. And like when Master Chief is like, it's possible that we fucked up the mission, she makes this face when she's like, yeah, it's possible that we fucked up the mission. Like, and it is the best face. I kind of like look at the universe as like 2 possible segments. People who watched the Halo Infinite footage and knew Cortana won their heart or didn't. If new Cortana did not win your heart, consult your doctor.
No, hang on. If new Cortana did not win your heart, you simply do not understand that women are actually multifaceted beings and not something just to be oogled at. And hopefully you will take that as an opportunity for growth.
I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think new Cortana's cool, but she doesn't have my heart. Do I still need to go see my doctor?
That's fine.
No. As long as you don't hate her, I think you're
That's
fine.
fine.
Okay.
If you have that terrible visceral reaction of like, she's an AI, but she's wearing clothes now, then like, no. Please see your doctor.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
But if you were like, new Cortana is fine, or I like new Cortana, you're good.
Okay. Alright.
So what did you guys think of the Halo Infinite footage? What did you think of what they had to say about like the new campaign, the new movement stuff? Just break me down your feels on Halo Infinite, including your thoughts on new Cortana.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Alex was very excited. That's it. Alex was very excited, and that's all I have. That's it. I was like, oh, okay, more shooty game with the Master Chief. I'm so glad you're excited about this game, Alex.
I'm pretty sure they changed, like, design personnel between last trailer and this one. I don't remember, but I feel like that's right. I have to look it up. I do like how much smoother gameplay looks. There's like a moment where like one of the chiefs in the multiplayer throws like a grenade at an opponent and it sticks the opponent and it explodes and then their sword bounces in the air and then the chief comes up and grabs the sword out of the air and slashes a dude in front of them. That seems cool. I hope there's more of that kind of stuff and that wasn't just flavor for the trailer. I think it's really smart that they're actually deciding to just make multiplayer free. And it's almost certainly going to lead to like a microtransaction hat market for Halo. And honestly, as far as the shooter bros go, I think that's fine. I know people that will never touch the single player, even if they paid $60 for it, but will buy a couple hats to make their Master Chief look different because they've been playing it nonstop for 6 months. And while I'm not entirely sure that's healthy, I do think it's just.
I would like it if the hats are just different colors. Just like, we're gonna go full on red versus blue content. And I think that's fine again.
I know there's going to be colors. Like, there's no doubt in my mind. But I think there's also going to be, like, stickers and regalia in, like, the style of, like, Call of Duty and stuff. I hope there's, like, dumb stuff like bobbleheads. So, like, people are buying, like, digital bobbleheads. So I can laugh about it just to see them on screen. But, like, also so, like, people buy them because people are going to love them anyways.
Is Halo the last multiplayer shooter where most of the fan base also cares about the single-player campaign?
No, I don't think so.
What else do you think, Tegan?
Splatoon?
Yeah, let's go.
Wait, single-player campaign?
Yeah.
Brian didn't play Splatoon that much.
Brian didn't play Splatoon. There's a single-player campaign, and there was DLC that specifically unlocked Octolings in Splatoon 2.
Right.
That was very good.
Okay.
It tells you, like, it turns out all of the idols in Splatoon, they're spies.
Yeah.
Like, that's a thing.
That's fucking wild.
It's very... Oh, Brian, there was a fucking DJ Octopus. You would have loved it.
Yeah. I mean, whenever I get a capture card, I'll probably just, like, stream, like, Octo expansion at some point.
Yeah, it's absolutely how, like, one of the ways that people practice with their weapons.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the ways the game actually, like, shows you how to use the weapons in the game.
Right.
Is it gives you these, like, maneuverability tests, essentially.
That seems neat.
Very neat. It's too bad you didn't play, like, any of Splatoon.
He played a bit of Splatoon.
He did a couple versus matches, and that was it. He didn't explore the single player at all.
I mean, that's probably
But
true.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Well,
We understand.
from what I understand, the single player was an expansion and not part of...
No, it came with its own single player mode first. And then Octopath was an expansion.
What fucking... Like, there was no campaign in that base game.
Oh, yeah, there was.
You're not talking about the fucking salmon run, right?
No.
No, I'm not talking about there. Okay, so if you load up your Splatoon 2 and you go into the plaza, there's a girl in a green kimono and an umbrella who's sitting on top of a drain. If you go into that drain, that's where the single player campaign is. And I do believe, like, the first time she jumps in the drain, you get, like, a little thing that goes like, hey, like, maybe we should go too. And if you go in, that's where the single player
And this is not DLC.
Not DLC.
It's not
yeah,
DLC.
No. Like, Octopath
That is the
a...
base game.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm just straight up angry. Like...
It's right there on the way to Salmon Run. There is literally no way you could have missed it.
Well,
I mean,
apparently
he
there
missed
fucking
it.
is, Tegan.
He missed it. That totally
You did
happened.
miss it, yeah. It's okay. It's okay, Brian.
Honestly, Brian, I just thought you knew. My bad. Like, Jesus, I
Yeah,
would have told you about it.
We legit thought you knew did the single player, and then we're like, I don't know why these guns are so hard to use. It's like, alright, not for Brian.
Yeah. Fuck. That's amazing. God damn it.
Okay, next time, here's what's gonna happen. When Splatoon 3 comes out, Rocky and I are probably both gonna buy
Yes.
it. Let's be real. I promise I will stream for you the single player campaign so you can see where it is. And then you can decide whether or not you want to try to invest in Splatoon 3.
No, like... Fuck me. Like, Splatoon has always seemed neat. I think I have said it, like, many, many times. Like, the type of weird that Splatoon is seems like Sega circa 1999 weird.
Sure.
Which is very, very strongly my brand of vodka. And, like, there's so much about Splatoon that I like. But the thing that you're talking about right now, which is there is a single-player campaign. Just give me menu-based navigation for Christ's sake. Like, I get that you want me to run around this plaza and that's fun, but maybe just, like, show me something like, you know how you got, like, the fat cat and the little other fat cat, and then there's all the other fucking things around this maybe, like, when I load the game, show me, like, a dog. His name will be Menu Dog. It'd be like, Rolf. And he'd be like, do you want to run around like a shithead, or you just want to use a menu?
I'm pretty sure, I hate to say this, Brian, but I'm pretty sure there is a menu button and you can just click into the different shops using the menu button.
I'm sorry, this show is done. I have to go fucking kill myself.
Brian, we have a show to do. Can you... Okay.
Brian, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Next time we will be much more clear about explaining where things are in Splatoon.
Brian, I'm going to ask better
I'm
questions
just so
next time, I
tired.
swear to God.
I will stream for you where it is so that you can see exactly what I saw.
I'm just so...
Okay, I promise. I'll find it for you.
I'm just so...
I'll do the work.
I'm just so tired of, like, Brian tries to engage with a thing, and then, like, the reaction is like, oh, well, I guess Brian's dead inside. Just like...
Okay, our reaction is not Brian's dead inside. It's, oh, we didn't realize that Brian didn't know that this thing existed. That's on us.
Yeah.
But also, because Brian thinks we're making fun of him, which we definitely are not, that's funny. So we will let him continue to do that because it's hilarious radio.
Oh,
but
God.
That's not what we actually think.
Yeah, man.
All right. You know the face that New Cortana's making right now in our document?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that.
Okay, so what's after Halo Infinite?
Impossible Coin's Game of the Year from 2019 is getting a sequel.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
What was our Game of the Year in 2019? I don't remember.
It was a Plague Tale Innocence.
Plague Tale Innocence.
Oh, that's right, the rat one.
Mm-hmm.
Are there more rats?
Yes.
Nice. I love me a good rat.
We're getting Plague Tale Requiem. I screamed when they're like, the rats are back, baby. Like, more Plague Tale, because that was such a fucking good game. I am so excited to see a sequel to this. Like, also, like, I was really, really excited to see this game getting this platform for its announcement, because Focus Home Interactive and, you know, like 505 and Modus, those are what I would call, like, AA publishers. And sometimes AA publishers just like swing one out of the park and it hits bigger than, like, say, like an expensive AAA game. And Plague Tale Innocence was definitely a case of that. I'm glad that Microsoft was, you know, recognized that, like, announcing Plague Tale Requiem was a big deal. It felt like that. It looks gorgeous, and I'm sad that when they sailed into that boat at the end of the first game that apparently, no, they don't get to find peace, and they continue to have fucking rat problems, but, you know, what are you going to do? Video games. Do either of you care about this announcement?
I care, but I do not have the emotional capacity to play it as soon as it comes out.
Fair enough.
Like, I already know, like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I want to play this, but right now is not the time for me to play this, you know? I'm gonna need some, like, time, you know?
I think we have a little while before it comes out, so hopefully...
I mean, I'm sure we do, but I'm gonna have, like, at this point, like, a year and a half of, like, recovery that I need.
Also fair enough.
Brian, I still haven't played the last Life is Strange game.
Because you experienced a Plague Tale Earth?
Yeah, because I experienced a Plague Tale Earth. And life is kind of weird.
Right.
The real life.
Then they announced Slime Rancher 2, like it was a big fucking deal.
Yeah, Slime Rancher is a pretty loud community. We're having a good time.
I mean, we already knew about Slime Rancher 2, I believe.
Right.
Or did we not?
Yeah. Pretty sure I know, but...
Did we talk about it last week? No, I talked about Slime Heroes a bunch.
Right.
It's just because it happened on the same day we recorded.
And so, so like Slime Rancher 2, and like it was staged as like a big fucking deal, just like the immediate thing before it. And then I was sitting there and being like, should I have played Slime Rancher? I don't know.
I think you like it.
I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I don't think Slime Rancher is necessary, like, reading for Slime Rancher 2. I've watched a bunch of people play Slime Rancher, so I think I'm fine. Like, I don't have to play it myself. I've seen it. I've seen it all.
Next up was Shredders, a snowboarding game. And I think I'm already more excited for Shredders than I am for Riders Republic. And I think the reason for that is because it seems more focused and more tight and less contingent upon playing it with a shit ton of people. When I think back to, like, how Ubisoft was marketing Riders Republic, they're like, do shit on this mountain with your friends, you know, bike with your friends. Like, it was very much like something with your friends, something with your friends. And Ubisoft is very much, like, for a lot of their games, focused on that kind of, like, very heavily multiplayer games as a service experience. And I'm like, what if I just want to fucking snowboard, sir?
There's a bunch of games you can snowboard.
And that's because we are finally into the extreme sports games renaissance. But, Rocky, let's be real. We were in a drought for several years.
Yeah, but...
When SSX Trixie coming out again?
Oh, God.
When more SSX?
Tegan,
When Funky Snowboarders?
Tegan, your lips to God's ears. Like, I would pay legitimate money for a remaster of SSX Tricky.
That is the only sports game I have ever enjoyed.
Damn, you didn't enjoy Snowboard Kids?
I didn't have an N64.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
So no, but that was, it's fun. I used to play a game all time. All summer. Summer game. It was great. Oh well.
Soon.
Fine. Soon.
Then they showed Atomic Heart, which I guess the way I would describe the vibe of Atomic Heart was, what if Stalker 2 took all of the meth and then went to the county fair. And I'm here for it. Like bizarre, crazy retrofuturism, fucking killer mannequins, weird shit weapons, strange 80s retro pop, all in like Russian. This game seemed fucking bonkers. Absolutely just wild. I don't think this is an auto buy for me because, like, if this is like a punishingly difficult shooter, like say the first Stalker was, then like I'm not interested. Like I don't play video games to get my dick repeatedly kicked in.
So, Brian, I have great news for you.
What's that?
Day one Xbox Game Pass.
Well, you know what, Tegan? With 27 out of 30 games being shown, that's good news.
Yeah!
That means that I can just say, download Atomic Heart, and go, hey, this is for me, or hey, this is not for me, and no skin off my nose.
Right, exactly. And you've already paid for that game, sort of, because you're paying for Xbox Game Pass, and enough people are paying into the system that they could do that.
Right. So, back to, like, me...
Nintendo, I would do that for you. Nintendo, I want you to know I would do that for you.
Boy, it sure does seem like this Game Pass is a good deal, doesn't it?
God, it's such a good
It really fucking is. Then next up was another game launching into Game Pass, which is Replaced. And something that really jumped out to me from Replaced is, like, it's using pixel art, but it wasn't, like, say, explicitly chasing, like, say, Gen X or Elder Millennial nostalgia. There was nothing about the way it was presented that was, like, designed to be like, look at me, I'm an old game. The way they were using pixel art felt very new, felt very fresh. They weren't also using chiptune music to go with the pixel art, because usually you see those two things go hand in hand, like, look at my pixel art, here are my chiptunes. And that was not the case here. It looked very pretty. It's a platformer, and I'm a platformer fan. And so, like, I guess it has to do a little bit more to, like, make the case for me. But again, it's launching into Game Pass. So it has the ability to make the case to me as I sit on my fucking couch and just play it. They then announced that when Among Us comes to Xbox, it's launching straight into Game Pass. And so Among Us now on Xbox, they went onto Xbox at the same time that Among Us like added the 15-player lobbies and added controller support for mobile. Man, those folks at Inner Sloth are really just killing it, aren't they?
I hope they get to go to sleep someday.
Their staff has now jumped from, like, I think the first time we talked about Among Us on the show, they had a staff of 3.
Yep.
Their fourth person was the community manager, but now they're a staff of 9. And I'm hoping that now that they are 9 people, that yes, there is sleep.
I continue to appreciate them.
Next up was, I don't want to fuck this up, is this Ayuden Chronicles?
I'd say Ayuden, but honestly, I'm not sure.
Ayuden Chronicles?
Yeah, fair.
And like one of the things that like cool dad Phil Spencer said a few years ago was that Microsoft was going to continue prioritizing showcasing Japanese developers and Japanese publishers. And these 2 games.
That's right, fuck.
Yeah, have been like prominently pitched and sold as spiritual successors to the Suikoden series. So that's an itch which a lot of people haven't had scratched for a long time. Long time.
So I am simultaneously excited and terrified about this video game, this pair of video games. Holy shit, god fucking damn it. Because, you know, like it could be Mighty Number 9. It could be, no. Damn it. Brian, the game where you had the forklift and the cat. Shenmue. Yeah, it could be Shenmue 3. And they decided near the end of the Kickstarter, hey, we're going to do 2 games. So there's 2 games, and like Ayuden Chronicles is like still 2 years out. But, oh man, I really hope this doesn't get fucked before then. I really, really do.
Yeah, like, okay, I mean, we get the first game next year, and then the second game in 2023. And by all accounts, you know, from like some of the interviews I read in the last week, the first game is significantly smaller.
Yeah,
right.
that's the companion game, and
right.
I mean, I get that, but like, also like the initial project is like fucking wild. You know, like the subtitle for Ayuden Chronicles is like the 100 Heroes like War or something, right? Like there's gonna be 100 recruitable PCs in the game.
Yep.
With all like backstories and unique abilities. They're using like a a strange new like 2.5D fighting system where like you fight as a JRPG, but also you position characters up, and there's like modifiers for like height, like there would be like in a tactical RPG. This is a really ambitious project, and it'll be really sick if it fucking happens, and I hope it does, but I'm actually going to be heartbroken if it doesn't.
Developers, I have one simple request. Please don't break Rocky's heart.
Please don't break my heart.
It sounds like a difficult request.
You're right about that one, Tegan.
Please, you should have submitted that like 2 to 3 business years ahead of time.
I did! Like, whatever.
I'm just here to fill it out in triplicate. You know, like, I'm just saying, don't.
The problem is, you see, the turnover in the game industry, it's just really high, so, like, maybe you should have filled it out again, just to be safe.
Yeah, that's fair. Fucking goddamn it.
But I can definitely understand, like, why what they showed gave so many people so many hard boners. Like,
yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, what they showed looks appetizing, and was enough to make me say, like, I should get out my Vita and get back into some fucking Suikoden. Like,
another thing that I am concerned about is that, except for the companion game stuff, which is like clearly like a side-scrolling platformer, the footage that they showed isn't actually new. In fact, if I remember correctly, that one meeting in like the town, with the exception, I think, of like the off-screen character running into one of them, and like the battle like snippet that they showed, I'm pretty sure that stuff was actually in the Kickstarter.
Okay, so about the companion game for a second.
Sure.
Because there is so much overlap in like the history of developers who worked on Suikoden. I looked at the footage of the companion game, and, you know, Fry eyes narrowing meme here. I was like, is this going to play like Valkyrie Profile?
That's an idea.
Yeah, because like when we talk about like stuff that like is side-scrolling and includes jumping, but also like scratches the itches of like JRPG nerds, Valkyrie Profile is right at the front of the fucking list.
God, I wish they had made Super Paper Mario more like Valkyrie Profile, but whatever. It's another rant.
Right, but I'm definitely like for the companion game, which I think has Prologue in the name or something. I'm convinced that it has Valkyrie Profile vibes. Next up, they announced Outer Worlds 2, and the way that they announced it, they did a joke about low information announcements. Where they talked about how little they were showing of the protagonist, because they're like, because frankly, we haven't created the protagonist yet, so that's why they're facing away from camera in a spacesuit. And they did the whole, like, look, all we have is the title right now. Like, but I kind of feel like Obsidian has enough goodwill from the first one that they're allowed to do that bit.
It's a safe bet. Or a safe bet, rather.
Yeah. Next up was a thing which is not going to be on the Xbox One. This was them announcing that the new shiny Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is out, which everybody on PC loves, is coming to Xbox Series X. Guys, I really want to play Microsoft Flight Simulator a lot.
For sure.
Really?
I really do. I want to fly the planes. I want to fly them.
Oh.
You fly the planes, man.
Okay. Have fun.
Tika, why do you say really, question mark?
Because I don't understand the appeal of Microsoft Flight Simulator personally.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why. I mean, it's literally that simple.
It just seems so serene. Like, I want to just fly the fucking planes around.
Do it.
And, like...
What's stopping you?
Well, right now, the inability to purchase a Xbox Series X. That is currently stopping me. That is my answer to that question.
I tried. Let the record show. I did my best.
The record shall reflect.
Okay.
Tika, we live in a world where knowing the exact time and place of a Xbox drop is useless.
Useless seems like a strong word here.
See, Brian, here's the thing. I have a strong belief that if I had said, yeah, I'm gonna come get it for you, he lives in Ohio also, that it would have been there for me at whatever time I arrived. I feel that in my spirit. Because I know a guy.
Yeah, but, like, that's the thing, Tegan. That is a bullet point I don't have.
Right, I know, but, like, I do know a guy. You just gotta get yourself a guy. Get yourself a guy. I have faith. You can do it.
I got a bunch of guys. It's really helpful.
what am I supposed to do? Just like start showing up to stores with fucking cookies? Like,
Brian, I assume that you are somewhat personable. You seem like you have a decent charisma score. You make some new friends in places that maybe be able to get you things that you might want. But, you know, it's not exactly a friendship, but it's a parasocial relationship with, I guess, a transactional component. You know, a little less work, but, you know, with some maintenance, it could turn out to be very fruitful.
there's a guy on the TikTok who does these joke bits about like the terrible things that customers do in retail environments. He's got like a mustache.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that guy. He's great.
Yeah. And I don't want to be the guy that guy is talking about. People who, like, the experience of, like, say, being, like, a person who's working a register or checkout counter, and, like, when you're required to ask the customer, like, anything else today, and their response is, hey, how about $1 million? Oh,
yeah,
and he's like,
bad.
Yeah, and he's like,
You don't have to be that. Just be, like, general friendly and go in off.
I'm just saying that, like,
that's my experience.
Well, number one, I don't have time to just fucking go there all the time. Like,
right.
You do.
It's not a
Tegan,
social
what
link
do
he
you
wants to
know
build
about?
up, Tegan. It's fine. You know, it's got other social links.
Yeah, it's fine. Fair enough.
no, like, first of all, like, it's so abundantly obvious. Like, you show up and you're like, hey there, guys, I'm not here to buy anything today. I'm just hanging out. What's up, everyone?
Whoa. Nah, don't do that either. Like, just like, hey, man.
Oh yeah, no, that happens. That happens all the time at my shop because it's by a bus stop. So we know all the people who come by, they just want to like hang out in the shop while they're waiting for their bus, and that's cool. They're not doing anything, you know. They're not causing us any problems.
Yeah, that's different.
They step off when like a paying customer shows up, and that's cool. But like, you know, it's a good way for them to kill the time. It's a good way for us to kill the time. So.
Like, all I know is that I'm this close to, like, just spending the money.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Brian. You're better than that.
Tegan, these fuckers, these predatory hypercapitalists, are making it so I can't buy a goddamn video game machine. And they've won. They fucking won. I've been trying to get one of these things since November of last year. I was like, you know what? I can wait for a PS5, but I need an Xbox Series X right away. And I do need an Xbox Series X right away. I tried to play the fucking demo for the game Lake on my Xbox.
Yeah, it's
and
PS5 or Xbox Series X only.
It is not Xbox Series X only. It, in fact, runs on an Xbox One, but I can describe the way it runs on an Xbox One as gasping, moaning, and crying. Like, the thing struggles to run Lake.
Oh, poor thing.
Like, anytime I get my little fucking mail truck up to full speed, I can just hear my console going, ah!
Okay, Brian. Next time I get the deets, I will go and I will buy you an Xbox and mail it to your house. Okay? And then you will get your Xbox. All right?
Yeah.
You will have to give me the money though.
Oh no shit, Tegan.
I hope that's
like,
okay.
No shit. Like, no, Tegan, I did not think that you were like, I got so much walking around money. I got so much fuck you money. That, like, I could just.
Brian, apparently, you got enough fuck you money that you're gonna pay exorbitant prices. You're gonna let a man actually rip you off, and I'm not gonna let that happen. I'll just rip you off.
No, Tegan, I did not think that you were just gonna fucking Burt Reynolds me an Xbox. Like, I just.
Tegan does not know who
That'd
Burt
be
Reynolds
amazing,
is.
though.
Oh, wait, do you know who Burt Reynolds is?
I don't know who Burt Reynolds is.
Fuck, I almost, okay.
Who is that?
No, he's cool.
Who is it? Oh,
Okay.
As long as he's cool.
Then they showed Forza Horizon 5. Holy shit, did you guys see Forza Horizon 5?
Yeah, it looks good.
Ah! Woo!
It looks pretty. I don't know.
Goddamn.
Car game.
For me, it felt like it had that same kind of like transformational, holy shit, marking of a, you know, like a new era kind of feel that Super Mario 64 or GTA 3 or COD 4 did. Forza Horizon 5 felt like them saying, welcome to the fucking future. I just sat there during the entire preview for Forza 5 going like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Like, I kept on like turning to my wife going like, honey, are you seeing this? Honey, are you seeing this? Honey, are you seeing this? God damn. I completely understood when the end of E3 happened, the so-called E3 awards occurred, and voted on by press covering E3, and just like fucking Golden Boy standing there confused when they announced the game that was selected by press as game of the show was Forza Horizon 5. And he was just like, Forza Horizon 5? There were things that I think people expected to be the most exciting game of the show. But here...
And that one was not the game.
Right, and then here comes Forza Horizon 5 being like, hey everybody, this game just looks like fucking reality. It just... And there's ways that they were talking about it, the hooks and the systems that just sound so engaging, and every time they showed the parts that were in northern Mexico in the Sonoran Desert, I just flipped the fucking hell out. I was just like, Jesus, I could just walk out my door. That is the Sonoran Desert. Just point of fact. Ugh, it looked incredible. I cannot wait to just sink dozens of hours into that game. Good thing it's coming to Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah, honestly.
Ugh. Then they pulled a one more thing. The one more thing was from Arcane Studios, the Prey and Dishonored people, and also the Deathloop people, but Deathloop's not out. One of the final Bethesda titles for something other than an Xbox console. I bet Sony is really fucking glad that they did the business to get Deathloop as a timed exclusive before that deal with Microsoft went through. So Redfall, the vibe feels like Left 4 Dead meets launch Fortnite. And when I say launch Fortnite, I'm not talking about the endless battle royale where you can attend marshmallow concerts and then dress up as Superman or fucking Rick and Morty.
You mean Save the World mode.
Right. Mm-hmm. So something that the gameplay vibe and the aesthetic, just Left 4 Dead meets launch Fortnite, and you're fighting fucking vampires. And I was like, man, I could fight vampires with some homies. That seems like a good time. So I'm just saying, y'all want to fight some vampires?
Maybe. I do want to say that Layla Ellison is probably the coolest video game character I've seen in recent memory. Out of control. Fucking sick. When she's sitting in the corner store, or the remains of the corner store, and reading the shunning of Mercy Coffin with telekinesis, it gave me the vibes of that one guy in I can't remember which Harry Potter movie it was. I want to say it was Half-Blood Prince Part 1, where he's in a coffee shop and he's just stirring
He's stirring his coffee.
Yeah, stirring his coffee, using...
Prisoner of Azkaban.
It's Prisoner of Azkaban? Okay, thank God. Jesus.
Prisoner of Azkaban. You're welcome.
He's stirring the coffee with a finger, so he's not using a wand, but he's also turning the pages of a particle physics book, and it's just who the fuck is that guy? I want to know who Layla Ellison is. I want to know everything about her.
So it sounds like the Redfall reveal made an impression on you, sir.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. Tegan, what'd you think?
I don't fight monsters.
Fair enough.
That's not the kind of game I play. I'll watch you guys, though. I'll hang out and chat and watch you guys fight monsters.
Tegan, what if I told you that they weren't vampire, they were salmon?
I don't do salmon run either, so...
I tried.
Yeah, you did try. A for effort for sure, but it's just not my vibe. I will watch you guys, though, and I will have fun doing that. I'll have a lot of fun doing that, actually.
Yeah, because I'm still angry at Epic being like, hey guys, we're effectively just going to stop supporting Save the World. Fuck all y'all.
I thought you were going to say you were angry still at Splatoon. I was like, well, we know.
No. This is an entirely different kind of angry because, when Fortnite launched, I enjoyed Fortnite and, in fact, played a lot of Fortnite. There was a time where there was a lot of Fortnite going on. And then just one day they're like, hey guys, we noticed that PUBG's doing real good. We got one now. It's going to be great. And then they just support got less and less and less.
Oh, hell. We making bang.
Right.
That was the end
of it.
The
trade was that we stopped supporting Save the World, but we take over the actual world. So,
Mm-hmm.
I wish that they had come to that conclusion before I fucking gave them $120, but So I guess that was the Microsoft show. Overall, I thought it was a killer show. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
It was a very good show.
Yeah. I think that the next show we're going to talk about was not a very good show.
Yeah, it wasn't very good. So it's a Square Enix show, and while I do love Square Enix, I do like the games that they put out, and I play a lot of them, they are famously bad at these. Like, so bad at E3 presentations. Yeah. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And the first big thing that they showed, which is a game called Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin, which is a reimagining of the first Final Fantasy game, Final Fantasy, but like in the style of a Souls-like. But the big problem is that the dude bro protagonist kept shouting about chaos and how they were going to kill him. And it's hard for people to like piece together because of the way that they cut the trailer and set this up, is that Chaos was actually the name of the first antagonist in Final Fantasy. But even then, like, the whole thing had, like, DMC levels of cringe.
Oh.
But the game is being developed by Team Ninja. There is a playable demo that's available for PS5 users only until the 26th, so this Friday. And I've seen some gameplay, but I haven't had it in my hands yet, so I'll refrain from comment.
So, first exciting thing was that, like, they announced the availability of that downloadable demo before the end of the show. Before the show was even over, there were people who were tweeting, "Hey, I just tried to download the demo. Guess what's corrupted?"
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I am not kidding. Like,
that's amazing.
So they extended the time of this ridiculous time-limited demo because for several days, this, like, Magical Bird in Paradise Final Fantasy Origin Chaos Edition demo was just fucking busted. Also, can we talk about, like, the way that this fucking, like, the protagonist is dressed? Like, it feels like the weirdest, most, like, reactionary Square move ever. Like, for years, Final Fantasy protagonists have had these, like, ridiculous over-the-top outfits. I know a lot of people like to dunk on, like, say, Nomura and his buckles.
Brian, you like to dunk on Nomura on his
buckles. Okay, I do, but it's a vibe. It's a thing.
You literally did for, like, 20 minutes one day.
Yeah, but, like, that did happen. Fuck.
That did happen on this show.
But, like, this is just, like, Chad Squad gets angry. Like,
yeah. Chaos.
Look at these angry Chads. Like, oh, I'm here to kill chaos. I'm going to do it in this black t-shirt. Like, just, like, literally a black t-shirt. Like, that's what they got. What the fuck?
You know what, though? That's my new Sunday Con outfit. That looks comfy as fuck. Are you kidding?
Oh, God. So, like, Final Fantasy has realized, like, specifically that they're not the premier RPG anymore. And so, like, them trying to move in the action space seems to be trying to reclaim that. And, like, action spaces have been, like, ruled by Chad. The time-tested formula of, like, turn-based battle with a twink that happens to be a piece of shit isn't just gonna work here. Mm-hmm. They're trying something else. Like, I applaud them for trying, I guess. And, like, the game itself doesn't actually seem bad. It's just, this is a fucking terrible trailer.
It is a really bad trailer. You are correct.
It's shocking how bad. Like, I laughed my way. Like, have you guys seen The Room, directed by Tommy Wiseau?
Yeah.
No. I've seen a lot of
memes about it.
Hi, Mark kind of shit. Yeah, but I haven't actually seen the.
It's okay. Don't watch it. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I heard it.
It felt like it had The Room vibes. Like, just like, I'm here to kill chaos. How is your sex life? Like,
yeah.
Like, oh, you are my best friend. I'm here to kill chaos. Just.
Okay, Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Right, like, just what the fuck? So.
But the next game is better, right? I don't particularly like it that much, but it is better. Eidos Montreal is putting together a Guardians of the Galaxy game. It's due October 26th of this year. Action, like squad-based combat, very much like Marvel's Avengers. But the character interactions remind me personally of Mass Effect. So I think it could be good, and I think a lot of people will actually end up loving it, but I don't really care about it.
I thought this looked like shit too.
Okay.
Like, the first thing that I hated about it was, like...
I love it when Brian starts a sentence with, the first thing I hated about it. Right?
The first thing I hated about it is the character models. And I think the reason that I hate the character models so much, it seems to be that, like, Marvel licensed games right now are in this place where they're not necessarily MCU licensed, and so they have to not use the models of the actors, but they're also not like distancing themselves adequately from that and just doing something which like looks like strictly like, say, interpretations from the comic. And so they're like, all right. And so you end up with these like weird, here's what happens when you order Star-Lord on Wish kind of vibe to them.
I get that. I feel like the Marvel games, at least done through Square Enix via like Eidos Montreal, are actually like interpretations from like comic lore. But I do think that Disney/Marvel is keeping such a harsh leash on them that they're not able to like make changes that like look good over time. A lot of the models that I saw like in Marvel's Avengers and to extension in this look like the same kind of things that was happening with Capcom with Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. Fight so often to like get anything to look like something Disney would sign off on that things end up looking bad because they can't move through them fast enough. And I'm not entirely sure if that's the case here, but it looks kind of like it.
Yeah.
Too much red tape, man.
Yeah.
Right. I feel like this tight leash is hurting them because on one hand, like you have stuff which looks obviously like high fidelity. Mm-hmm. The game, like from a technical standpoint, looks good.
Right.
You can see that this is a great, big, expensive video game. Mm-hmm. But then, like, Star-Lord takes his mask off, and you're just like, like, what the fuck is this? And then, like, anytime, like, you see face models of characters who have, like, distinct human faces, your Drax and your Gamora, you're just like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah. Maybe it's that Disney wants things to, like, look kind of, like, clean and, like, cartoony, but they end up coming out, like, Uncanny Valley. Like, they're just stuck in there.
Right. Yeah, it's just... Something else which like really didn't sit right with me with this was like the Mass Effect-y style choices. It felt like there was even more what I would call like the sensational false choice, because they obviously wanted to, like, in the footage they were showing, walk through like an entire chain of choices presented to Star-Lord because the player is Star-Lord, and it came down to ultimately like, you're going to do this one dumb idea where you're like, oh, we need money for someone. And like, it's like, oh, we should sell Groot and then steal him back. Or we should sell Rocket Raccoon and then steal him back. And so like all of the choices that they showed being made before that just keep on like diminishing conversation which is outside of the control of Star-Lord until it comes down to like, oh, okay, like you're going to do the exact same thing but with like one permutation.
Right.
The other thing that I really didn't like about it was just like the moment-to-moment gameplay of it. Like when they were showing the gunplay and showing the movement, I was like, gosh, this looks like Uncharted. This just looks like fucking science fiction Uncharted. And then some of those like dumb, weird, organic rock puddle mushroom things that they were like standing on near the end of the gameplay sequence broke. And I was like, oh no. And then Star-Lord started falling and he started fucking Nathan Draking. He was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm like, oh no, he's actually Uncharteding. He's Nathan Draking right now. Like, and I had already said, like, this feels like Uncharted. And then he just started making the Nathan Drake noise. Like, that was a thing that made me feel even more like what we're supposing, like the idea of like a very tight hand and a lot of control from Disney. I could see some fucker from Disney sitting in a room going like, yeah, so make it look like the movies, but not. And make it Uncharted, but not. Oof.
Well, especially because, like, isn't there there's still an Uncharted movie coming out, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
Marvel's Avengers is also getting an expansion. They're adding Black Panther. It's going to be a free addition to the game. There's no release date yet. Babylon's Fall, which appears to be something between, like, Marvel's Avengers and, like, Monster Hunter and an aesthetic world, is confirmed to be a live service game. There is no release date. But when it does come out, it'll be on PS4, PS5, and Steam. It looks kind of gross.
It looks so bad.
I think there's going to be there's a word for this, alpha for it. So I'm going to see that when that comes to fruition. But, you know, I don't have high hopes.
So It didn't take long for Jason Schreier and some other people to start getting the poop on this game after it looked like absolute dog shit, because when a game looks this bad, good journalists are curious as to why. And so apparently, like, suits at Square Enix couldn't fathom the idea of Monster Hunter being successful in the West. They just couldn't figure it out. They're like, oh, okay. They're like, I don't know, whatever. And so, like, Babylon's Fall was originally in development as a traditional Platinum single-player experience. You know, like your Bayonetta or your Nier Automata. Like, a Platinum-ass Platinum game was what Platinum was developing. And then Square Enix saw all of the money that Capcom was making with Monster Hunter and told Platinum to throw out what they had been doing so far and to essentially restart work, but now make it Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They can't have. I refuse to believe that they actually threw out all that work. It's still there somewhere. We just have to find it. It's just not in this game anymore. But, like, it's there. It'll come back, I'm sure.
Yeah, but, like, what a discount-ass looking fucking... like...
I know, but, fuck, what was that name? What was that game? It's like Monster Hunter, but it's free-to-play. What the fuck's it called?
I can't remember. I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember.
Whatever. But that game is not only doing well, but, like, definitely thriving. Like, it has a crowd. They make money. And, like, they're having a great time. So, you know. I can understand what the suits are trying to do, but, like,
this ain't it, Chief.
Yeah, this is not the wave. Final Fantasies 1 through 6 are getting pixel remasters.
They're getting pistol remasters.
Yeah, I know, right? They're getting pixel remasters on Steam and mobile. A lot of people are upset that it's not on consoles, but they're pixel remasters, and you already have phones.
I know, right? Jesus.
But, like, even then, I'm not a huge fan, and it's because I've seen the pixels. I've looked at, like, comparisons between, like, the older sprites, and maybe a lot of it's lighting. Like, I'm willing to bet that. But it really looks like they've washed out a lot of the detail that made some of the older pixels really great. And I'm not a fan. I'm real skeptical about it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And, like, fortunately there was some good coverage of this from, like, sites that cover mobile games. And they have talked about how there is, like, this absolutely, like, wild disparity from, like, Square Enix mobile release of old pixel game to Square Enix mobile release of old pixel game. That, like, sometimes you'll get one and it's, like, absolutely fantastic and it's super faithful, you know, like, remaster of an old game. And then sometimes you get them and it'll be, like, total dog shit.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, with these Square Enix pixel remasters, you never know with a Square Enix mobile release until they just fucking come out, because they never message them adequately.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So what that tells me is, wait and see what it is.
Yup. Then, like, read reviews on something like Touch Arcade.
Yeah, those are good people for this kind of stuff. Okay, So I'm going to just save this bit of news, and then I'm going to get out of the way. I think that's the reasonable thing that I can do here. But Life is Strange True Colors has a release date. It is September 10th, and pre-orders of the game will include Life is Strange Remastered Collection, which will come out the same month on the 30th. True Colors will focus on Alex Chen, who has the power of empathy. And now I'm out of the way.
I think it's fair to say that Tegan and I are both super fucking stoked for this.
Yes.
Yes.
I do want to know what they really mean by empathy as a power. I'm a little concerned there. Not enough to be like, I'm not going to get the game, you know?
Just watching the gameplay preview, Tegan, because I had the same question. It seemed like they were dancing around the fact that she was just, like, straight up telepathic. It seemed to be that there were things that she, like, explicitly knew that other characters were thinking rather than just how they were feeling.
Right. That's what I thought too. Okay, cool. I'm glad we saw the same thing though.
Right. Because when she sees that guy in the bar who had been, like, cheating on his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And she knows, like, he's not just upset. She knows that he's upset because he's worried he's going to get caught for his infidelity. Like, that's a specific thought and not just an emotion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, she'll use empathy to solve her brother's murder. I'm like, okay, like...
She'll use telepathy to solve her... Maybe it's only the telepathy around strong emotions.
Right.
Maybe that's why they're labeling it as empathy, but, like, it's not reading as empathy.
Right.
Glad it's not reading as, like, boring empathy to you also.
I mean, like, either way, like, I mean, it looks like a Life is Strange-ass Life is Strange game. Like the look, like the idea of, like, what they're presenting as, like, the core gameplay mechanic this time. Thought it was cool. It's so weird to me that the Life is Strange Remastered collection will be available on PS4 and Xbox One, because those games launched on PS4 and Xbox One, but, like, a lot of the stuff that they're doing to those games is, like, overhauling the character models, so now this way they're using motion capture instead of, like, just, like, rigging them with animation and, like, hoping for the best. Like, so it's crazy to me that, like, what they're doing is just, like, going back and, like, throwing a ton of money at these old games in such a way that you'll be able to see market improvement on the original consoles.
I'm so glad that you believe I will be able to see marked improvement on the original consoles.
Yeah.
I noticed no fucking difference. Not gonna lie.
Really?
Yeah, really. We have talked about this before. Like, Alex and I got the new consoles as soon as they came out, and Alex was like, "Oh, everything looks so much better," and I was like, "Does it?" Because it looks the same.
Well then.
So,
Okay.
it looks the same to me.
All right, Rocky. What else did they show?
Legend of Mana, right? That's where I'm at. Yeah, Legend of Mana is getting a remaster. It's going to be out this Thursday on PS4, Steam, and Switch. You know, shouts to Legend of Mana. I'm not a huge fan. Didn't play the old one. We are reminded that the Final Fantasy and the Nier mobile games are real, although the Nier mobile game still doesn't have a release date, but they're still pushing for more pre-registrations, so take that as you will. And Hitman Sniper The Shadows, a sniper Hitman game set in the world of Agent 47, got a premiere trailer for its experience on mobile.
I have feelings on more than one of these mobile games.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
First, I have feelings about Nier Reincarnation. It looks like a Nier-ass Nier game, and by all accounts, from people who've already played it, because it is already out in Japan, it is a Nier-ass Nier game.
Oh, it's out in Japan.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, it's out in Japan.
Yeah.
It's just the Western world that's not out yet.
Right.
So if you can speak Japanese, you can play the Japanese
cool.
version.
Yeah.
Right. I've watched a fair amount of gameplay on YouTube of this game, and it sure does look like fucking Nier. And it does support controllers on phone. So I'm pretty excited for this. Like, Tegan, what is your feeling?
I generally don't play console phone games. Does that make sense? Like, games that I think should be console games but come out on phones, I generally don't play them. And that's mostly because I don't want to be that distracted at work. So I don't think I'm going to play it, oddly enough.
So why not just play it not at work? I solved the problem.
Did you? Did you really, though, Brian?
Brian, do you understand how much or how little self-control I have?
Apparently, I don't.
This is the struggle.
Hitman. Yeah.
Hitman.
For us Hitman lore nerds, it's very important that this Hitman game takes place after the recently released Hitman 3. So 47 is, like, off in the wilderness alone after having killed the Constant. And so they're like, yeah, like, if you care about the lore of Hitman, this is the first piece of, like, Hitman lore that happens after Hitman 3. And I'm like, okay, you fucking got me. You know, like, I guess I'll play this fucking sniper-only game. Because I want to know what's going on in this world now that, like, 47 is, like, in hiding. I'm now done.
So, you know, Square Enix did not have a good show. You know, rip them. They had, like, 4 games that look like Marvel's Avengers and then a couple dudes yelling about chaos.
Chaos.
Yeah. Life is Strange still looks good. It's definitely a bright spot. I'm worried about the Pixel remakes. I hope the Nier mobile game makes it to the States, but I'm not confident anymore.
Right.
And, you know, Guardians of the Galaxy made its first appearance, and it won't be its last. Brent, I think you have the Mother Direct.
Yes. The Mother Direct was incredibly cute. They managed to mimic the structure and the vibe of a Nintendo Direct to a T.
For people who don't know what the Mother Direct is, It's not Nintendo based. It's for games that are like the Mother series.
Yep.
So don't get excited and be like, oh, Mother 3, and they just announced it in its own thing. No, none of that. Don't do that.
There was something that happened a couple of weeks ago with a group of devs that are making games that are, kind of like homages to Paper Mario, called a Paper Direct.
Mm-hmm.
So this seems to be kind of like the new vibe for like games that seem to share some like thematic or mechanical relationship with games of old.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would even go further to say, like, very specific ass games of old. Like, I don't think anybody's going to be out there, like, making, like, a Castlevania Direct because, like...
Give them some time.
You think?
Yeah.
I think given long enough, yeah.
I think Metroidvanias could end up having a Direct of their own, but I think the defining characteristic from, like, Paper Direct and, like, Mother Direct is that they are games that they care about, these specific mechanics that haven't quite entered the public consciousness yet. Metroidvania is a household name as far as video games are concerned, so they can show up in other shows and people already understand what they are. But, like, in stuff like, say, Mother Directs kind of look like slow RPGs unless you're already playing them.
Right.
And, like, Paper Directs, like, use a mixture of things like character-focused, like, partner battles, action commands, and like a sort of like playful yet devious tone and storytelling. And those are things that are like apparent to people who are like diehard fans of the game, but doesn't really convey a lot to like the casual observer. So they band together to make their own showcase. But maybe I spoke a little too soon. Instead of getting like a Castlevania Direct, I think like things that show up in the Mother Direct and like the Paper Direct will probably just show up in more common like trade shows or like presentations, because once people are more familiar with the language and understand that that can be like the form of like, or not the form, but maybe like the shape of an entire game, then like people will understand it better.
Yeah. The first game from the show that really jumped out at me, and there was a lot here, I'm only pulling the ones that like made like super big impressions on me, was they showed Forgiven, and Forgiven was like in development for years as Mother 4, but the dev was like, you know what? Maybe we'd like to actually release this game and not get a cease and desist order. And so they went back and like stripped out any assets that explicitly came from the Mother series and anything that like directly tied it to the Mother series. Like there are certain like visual thematic keys that can like anchor a game to having a relationship to the Mother series without like say just stealing it from a direct
being.
Yeah, like for example, like there is a striped shirt in Undertale, but it is not the same striped shirt, like that kind of thing. This game continues to like look like it could very well have been something in development for the GBA after Mother 3. Like this dude obviously completely understands both like the mechanical and emotional themes of the Mother series perfectly. It just like looks fucking great. And during the trailer, like, hey, go download the demo on itch. And I said, don't mind if I do. And I did. And so hopefully I will find some time for it in the next week as we all try and like work our way through the demos that like E3 shows inspired us to download. So if you were in the mood for something that absolutely looks like it could be the next game in the Mother series, Forgiven has got your cup of coffee for you. New trailer for Oddventure. Oddventure still looks great. They were beckoning people to go download their demo on Steam.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah. So they were a big crowdfunding success. And so they definitely knew that the people who would care about Oddventure were the people who would be watching this direct, right?
Right.
The other game that really jumped out at me, and the reason I didn't really talk much about Oddventure is I feel like Oddventure is a known quantity on this show. We have talked about Oddventure before. The other game that jumped out at me was a game called Toasty Ashes of Dusk. And in the game, you play as Toasty, who is a marshmallow knight, and you're attempting to both save the world and get your wallet back, which is like some straight up like Mother goofiness. And it has a very, very like distinct like 32-bit pixel art look. Like it looks very, very GBA. Something else which I thought was interesting about like its aesthetic choices and its mechanical choices is that in addition to having what looked like a very strong Mother influence, it also appears to have like a strong Zelda influence. And I was like, okay, so what happens if like a developer's like favorite games are Mother 3 and Minish Cap? This appears to be what happens. There was definitely a carrot that was an asshole in this trailer. I am all for asshole carrots. So I will definitely be following with anticipation Toasty Ashes of Dusk. Any questions about the Mother Direct in general, or about some of the games that I shouted out in particular?
Not really.
Toasty's out right now?
No. It is still in development.
Oh, okay. All right, so this is actually just a demo. That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't have any questions. It's cool.
Okay.
Mother Direct.
So, like the next show we have
That's still you.
is the PC Gaming Show.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And the PC Gaming Show was, I think, the moment in the show where I was broken. The ESA needs to do something about these fucking people who like video games.
You think the ESA... Bro, no one can do anything about them. Like, it's been a problem for like 20 years. Like, these people have been assholes the entire time.
Like,
there's just more of them now, I guess. Like, oh my...
It's just that more of them have the ability to...
Yeah.
No.
There aren't even more of them. It's just more of them make games.
No. The problem is not the people making the game, Steven.
You're talking about like the
The
stream
problem is that-
monsters.
Yeah, like when I watched this, the stream was the most vile, constant spewing of sexist and racist garbage.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like every time Mika Burton was on screen, the most like monstrous shit was getting said in chat. And I was just like, where is the ESA? There is like zero moderation going on here.
You think the ESA understands Twitch? Jesus Christ.
Like, how hard it would be just to simply fucking turn chat off. If you're like, you know what, we don't have the bandwidth to moderate this. Just...
I feel like that would cut their viewership like in half. I can't prove it, but I'm almost certain that's what would happen. I do want to say, like, that kind of behavior, like, was around, like, pretty much every summer game stream that I saw. Like, Jeff Keighley's streams were very similar. They started doing things, like, I think at one point they made it so, like, only subscribers could chat, which is a different thing. But, like, it didn't really, like, I guess it did slow down, like, the waves of shit that was showing up, but it was still there. Just people dropped the $5 because they can. So they can keep spewing their shit. You know what I mean?
And during the PC Gaming Show, first they tried to go to subscriber only. And people were like, I am racist and have $5. Yep. Watch the things I'll say about Mika Burton. Mm-hmm. And then after that, they're like, okay, we're going to go to subscriber only, emote only chat.
And then they pick an emote and decide to be terrible forever.
Right. Yeah. And the problem is that there are definitely like groups of emotes which have been like adopted by the alt-right or just used to communicate racist ideas or used to communicate sexist ideas. Like the PC Gaming Show had 3 presenters, 1 white dude, a white woman, and a black woman. And holy shit, anytime the women were on screen, it was a nightmare. Anytime the white guy was talking about something that they decided they were interested in, it was a... No, like if it was something they were interested in, it was a nightmare. Like, as long as the white man did the dance that they wanted, they're like... just like these vile monsters. And you're right, Rocky. They were bad before this, but it really, for me, it felt like the PC Gaming Show was the moment that these fuckers achieved full strength this year.
Oh, yeah, like, that's the full moon. Like, for sure. Totally get it.
Oh, God. Like, what's terrible is that, like, those fuckers aside, it was a really cool show. It was really neat. The show had this, like, 90s sci-fi TV vibe. Like, they did an opening credit sequence, like, it was, like, a 90s sci-fi show. They did a thing where they were, like, flying around in space, and their ship looked like a fucking graphics card. It was really cute. There was, like, a robot that was, like, slowly plotting to, like, take over the world over the course of the show named DevBot. Like, a lot of the stuff that makes these kind of shows not just feel like having marketing garbage poured in your eyes for 2 hours. They did. Like, it's obvious that, like, some of the lessons that are being taught by Devolver are being learned by other shows.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Good for them.
Yeah, and so it felt like a good show. They opened with showing Naraka Blade Point, and that looks like it might be fun.
Okay.
It's a battle royale with a focus on melee combat, a 60-player population, and like a focus on Chinese mythology.
Sure.
And like I definitely saw some like players like turning into like giant monsters in their preview, and people leaping off fucking rooftops with swords and all kinds of crazy shit. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like if there's room left in the battle royale space, it might be for something like this.
Okay.
What'd y'all think?
I mean, Naraka Blade Point seems fine. It's a mixture of like Apex and like For Honor. That could be cool.
Yeah. Then they showed Dodgeball Academia, which I thought looked just really cool. It's open world RPG, like where you're moving around a school. But like the social hierarchy is all built around dodgeball, so it's like, yeah, dodgeball. And so you're like running around, making friends, going to classes, playing a lot of dodgeball. And I thought it had a really cute look, interesting aesthetic. And I think that like the open world, limited in size open world RPG with social connections built around a sports focus seems like a fun idea.
So I actually played this demo the other day when we were streaming.
Right.
Dodgeball is Life. I don't think that this is actually an open world game. Like, it reminds me a lot more of like the Camelot, like sports RPG games that came out like on the Game Boy Color and the Game Boy Advance. And, but it kind of has like a little bit of Pokemon. Like, there aren't random battles or anything, but there are people like in the world where like if you walk around, you walk into someone, they will challenge you to a dodgeball match. And it'll be like 1v1 or like 3v3. And like the gameplay is like pretty interesting. There are a lot of options. You have the ability to catch, but some characters don't have catches. They have parries instead. You have super skills that you can use. There are movement options. Like you can like chain throwing a certain number of balls. Like, but they're... I don't know if you can really choose targets. It's more like you just throw it against who's like in front of you. Right. But the game looks really, really cool.
Okay.
You can check out the VOD on our Twitch to see the game and see the gameplay.
And I think we'll probably have more to say about it when we focus in on the demos and new game releases from E3 and the press experience of E3 next week.
Yeah.
Next up, they showed Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song, which is an RPG where there are 3 intersecting storylines and you switch back and forth between the 3 characters, like, say, a la GTA 5, or you have the 3 protagonists. But here's Brian, who loves the World of Darkness and grew up on the World of Darkness as a role player. I'm actively...
concerned.
Yeah. At this point, there are just so many uses of the World of Darkness IP that like it's hard to get excited about any given one of them. And I think that like people who like say love D&D probably have had some of that experience over the years, but like there's so much Vampire the Masquerade shit right now. And like just recently they like introduced that like ridiculous Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt game.
Okay.
I'm like, I don't know.
But hold on. Like, is it actually like just the quantity? Is there anything wrong with Swan Song? Does it seem like a video game that you'd be interested in playing?
And I guess that's the problem, Rocky, is this is the one that looks good.
Okay. Then play that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't...
Yeah, this sounds like a non-problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure, like, what you're actually concerned about right now.
If it's actually good.
Okay, yeah. No, I get that. But, like, it's possible that we may end up in, like, a Fortnite situation where between the two, if they have to cut the baby in half, they decide to keep the Battle Royale Vampire the Masquerade and they stop supporting Swan Song. I agree that that's real. But if this game is good and it's more in line with the things that you want from this IP and this series, why not support it?
Yeah. Well, I'm definitely going to follow development. Like, I'm not going to just like say, hey, this thing has earned my $60 just for existing.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
but I will follow along in my hymnal. Next up was Gigabash.
Okay.
Another game about kaiju.
Hell yeah.
We like kaiju.
Yeah, we like kaiju. Like, this year had a lot of cooking games and a lot of kaiju games.
There's just a lot of games, for being honest.
The world is ending. It's because the world is ending. Fuck it. Make some soup. Spend some time with your friends.
And we're gonna make it, I swear.
I know we're gonna make it, but, like, that doesn't change the fact that the world is ending. Oh my. Make some soup. Talk to your friends.
Be Godzilla. Make some soup. Be Godzilla.
Yeah! Hell yeah! Do it.
Make soup. Be Godzilla sounds like a t-shirt. And this, like, Gigabash was, like, very much like a cheeky, lighthearted arena brawler. And, like, goof off with your friends and, like, toss each other into buildings. And we're like, man, this looks like a lot of fun. I think a lot of people want to fuck off and throw King Kong into a building, especially when King Kong is their buddy. Then they showed Limnus Gate, which is a turn-based first-person shooter.
Mm-hmm.
The premise is that you both have the ability to rewind time 25 seconds. Mm-hmm. So you get 25 seconds to do a thing, and then the other player gets 25 seconds to essentially, like, invalidate or eradicate the choices you made within your 25 seconds.
Is it specifically attack defense?
Not always. There's, like, a variety of different scenarios.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like what?
It might be that you're both, like, say, charging toward the same objective. So in the 25 seconds, are you going to spend your 25 seconds trying to get closer to the objective or delaying my advance? And the scenarios won't always just, like, say, be like a single 25-second burst. There may be scenarios where neither one of you can entirely invalidate the results of each other's 25 seconds. And so now there is essentially like a turn 2 subsequent burst of 25 seconds. There is attack defense. There is, I guess you would call it, like, capture the flag scenarios.
Okay.
There are escape scenarios where, like, you're both in something which is going to explode and you don't want the other person to escape. And so you're like, how do I get out while making sure they don't get out? So it seems like a variety of different, like, play experiences with this, like, rewinding time and validating the other's choices mechanic.
Right.
This sounds like a thing where, like, if they stick the landing kind of moment, you know?
Yeah, if they figure this out, I think this could be an esport.
Yeah.
I think for now it'll be short term, and then, like, in a couple more updates, it may be esport ready.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
They showed a thing called Next Space Rebels. And Next Space Rebels is, like, a lot of that kind of, like, goofy, will this rocket actually fly bullshit. And what was the name of that game where, oh, God, there were these goofy little, like, alien critters, and you were trying to make them fly rockets with, like, incredibly realistic physics. What was it called? Fuck.
Bold of you to assume I know any game name ever.
Jesus Christ.
I know what you're talking about, though.
I do know what you're talking about, but I don't remember. It's like, is it the something space program that starts with a D?
Oh, it's
yes,
the
that.
Space Program.
Okay.
Thank God.
I always believed.
We got there.
So this definitely, like, mechanically looks like it has, like, a big Kerbal vibe, but it's, like, much, much sillier. It's like, what happens if I strap this, like, office-style water bottle from the big, like, community water bottle in an office to this rocket? What if I just dump a bunch of M80s in this, like, trash can? Like, definitely a lot of that going on. And in addition to just, like, the trying to make your rocket fly component of the game, there is also a fake social media layer on top of it, which is that your characters have a channel on StarTube, which is like a YouTube equivalent, and you're posting videos of your attempted launches on StarTube. And so people don't just like the successful launches, they also like big splashy failures. And so the way you fund subsequent launches in the game is with revenue from your YouTube channel.
All right.
And so that seems like an interesting hook, right?
Sure.
And you don't just have the StarTube channel itself. The game also has like a fake Twitter for like boosting awareness before you post the videos. I'm like, oh wow. So now you have to maintain multiple social media channels in addition to actually producing the content. I sure hope that their SoundCloud works better than ours.
This is just what we're doing. I don't think I want to play this game. We're already doing this. I don't need to experience it in a fictional world. I just log on.
But Tegan, we don't have rockets.
Yeah, we don't need... Do a hot take? Give me 10 seconds.
Okay.
That'll get us a rocket.
Oh my god.
Then they showed Lakeburg Legacies, which is a visual novel about using like a fancy ball to have couples come together. It has like a very like Regency historical period vibe.
I could have sworn someone was asking for a matchmaking game. Did I dream that?
If they asked it before this reveal, then their wishes come true. It is in fact a matchmaking game set in like a Regency period. It also has a rewind mechanic, and the game is meant to be played over and over again, so that way you can see all the stories of all the various like couples that you can create and various different outcomes for this like fancy ball.
Wait, okay. Mm-hmm. I remember this. I think June actually asked for a matchmaking game. Brian, I have a single question. It's very important. I need you to take it seriously.
Okay.
How gay is Lakeburg Legacies?
I mean, if it's historical Regency, it's already pretty gay without being gay.
That's fair.
Don't know yet.
Sorry, June, I tried.
Okay.
We'll give you a full field report on whether or not this game is actually gay.
Right. Mm-hmm. Like, with so many games at Summer Games Fest and E3 wearing their gay on their sleeves, this did not.
Yeah.
That could just because of the time period they're trying to sell, though.
It's okay. We'll dig into it. We'll find the real answers.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We're on the case. Because, like, it definitely appeals to me. Mm-hmm. This looks like my kind of jam. I will have field reports, and I believe this has a demo. Fallen Aces is a retro FPS that looks like it has kind of like a Doom or Duke Nukem flavor. And this game is selling itself as a Doom Noir.
Is it actually a shooter? Like, because all I saw was, like, brawling in it.
There are, in fact, guns. I was able to watch enough footage that I eventually saw guns.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah. It was, in fact, a Tommy gun.
Yeah, sure.
So, I feel like this is one of those ones that could really go either way. Mm-hmm. Because that, like, ridiculously hyper-fast style of first-person shooter is kind of out of vogue right now. Mm. So, if somebody actually makes a new, like, Doom-style shooter, which is good, I'm all for it. But, like, they could definitely fuck this up. Then they wheeled out Gabe Newell, who is continuing to look more and more like fucking Gandalf the Knife Collector.
For a second, I forgot Gabe Newell was the guy who does all the Steam shit. For a moment, I lived in a world where Gabe Newell wasn't a person that I needed to know about. Oh my god, it was so nice. Damn it.
So Gabe Newell was wheeled out to declare the existence of Steam Next Fest. Mm-hmm. Steam Next Fest, 700 games on Steam right now have demos. Does Steam Next Fest in any kind of way easily signpost just a clean list of what those 700 games are? No, not at all.
It's Steam.
Yeah.
Like, they're all in the what came out on Steam today category. That's right. It.
And so, like, it's ridiculous because this just, like, so well illustrated the issues with, like, Steam curation. You're just like, oh, I know that there's stuff I want, and there's stuff that I don't know that I want, but I do want. But, like, it's just getting lost in the mix.
How do I find it? Right.
So, thanks for putting together an event, Gabe Newell, that reminds me exactly what Steam is. I showed a game called Gloomwood. Very, like, late 90s, early aughts feel. Mechanically heavily borrows from, like, Thief and Half-Life. I'd say that the game is also, like, strongly, like, influenced by that pervasive sense of decay that seemed to, like, run throughout Dishonored. It has some of the best, like, visual indicator of, like, guard cones of vision that I've seen in a game. Like, it's very easy in, like, games when they don't give you, like, good indicators of, like, range of vision for characters or head turning to get fucked when you think that you're in the clear. Gloomwood does not seem to want to fuck you by like, I thought that guy couldn't see me. Lots of like systems like stacking on top of each other. They showed a character who needed to get through a door that he didn't have a key for. And so what he did was to stack wooden crates in front of the door and then throw an oil lantern at the wooden crates, causing them to catch fire, which then burned through the door, which seemed pretty cool.
And then set the house on fire.
Did that too.
Oh.
Yes. Which creates chaos and causes guards to move because they're like trying to get things out of the space that they need to guard before they can escape the place. So it's like, unlock that door, change guard routes. I was like, okay, this is the kind of like systems stacking on top of each other shit that I like. They showed a game called Citizen Sleeper that I think is definitely my kind of thing. I don't know if it's anybody else's here kind of thing, but it's a narrative RPG visual novel hybrid. And it takes place on a space station. And like you find out in the game that like your body has planned obsolescence because capitalism. And so there's like lots of like hacking your own body, hacking the space station, taking jobs to stay alive so that way your body doesn't like expire and overthrow a dark corporate future. And so like once again, a game offers a better cyberpunk future than fucking Cyberpunk did. So thanks, Citizen Sleeper. So overall, I thought the PC Gaming Show was pretty good.
For sure.
I believe that Tegan's up.
Yeah, I am up. I'm only going to talk about the games in the Future Game Show that I was interested in, and that's because I don't care about games that I'm not interested in. I mean, okay, so the Future Game Show showed us a bunch of games that we've already seen and we've already talked about.
Sure.
I don't care about those games. You don't care about those games. We have already talked about them. Immortality sounded neat. It's directed by the Barlow who wrote Her Story and Telling Lies, which were very interesting. And one of the writers from Queen's Gambit, Alan Scott, is going to be writing for it. So, like, I'm interested. I'm interested to see what they do. You know?
Okay.
Because I really enjoyed Queen's Gambit. I thought it was neat. Other than that, Backbone, I think Brian will be interested. It's a film noir detective game, but you're a raccoon.
Oh yeah, raccoon game
Yeah,
was actually
right?
looked pretty good actually.
It looked very good. I think, Brian, I think that's your bread and butter.
Is
Yeah.
it like out?
Yeah, no, it came out E3 week.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And like, yeah, Backbone is definitely on my radar. I'm definitely buying Backbone. I saw another gameplay preview during E3 week highlighting that like Backbone is doing some pretty sophisticated storytelling around race, because like this world, which is populated by various anthropomorphic animals, treats raccoons like they're the absolute bottom of the food chain.
Mm.
Is it because they eat garbage?
They do eat garbage.
That's why people say that they're racist against them in this game. They're like, you eat garbage. And they like use like, there's businesses he can't go into at all because he's a raccoon.
Mm-hmm.
There's businesses where he has to like be seated separately because he's a raccoon. And there's like players who just like walk all over him and like say stuff to him like, you're a credit to your race and shit like that.
Yeah.
Oof.
Right.
Don't like it. Don't like that. So maybe if that is your lived experience, this may not be the game for you. Like, if you use games to not live in that space, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Maybe sensitivity warning
Right. So like,
would be warranted.
you know, like be cognizant of what like Backbone has on offer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to the developer's credit, they spell that shit out pretty clearly on their Steam page.
Mm-hmm.
So that way people don't like show up blind to that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm definitely interested in Backbone.
Okay. And then I know we talked about, or I think we talked about Kiwi last week during the Wholesome Direct. 2 Kiwi birds and they run a post office.
That's right.
Very sweet. Yeah, what cute. Saw it some more. Still think it's cute. And then the last game I was interested in from this was Conway Disappearance at Dahlia View. It's dark detective, England 1950s. Nom 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 nom. I eat that shit.
Strong agree.
It'll be
Strong
fun.
agree.
I think if I don't like the way it handles specifically, I will definitely watch someone play this game, because it sounds interesting. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. And then that was the Future Game Show.
There was a game from the Future Game Show that didn't make your list that yanked my crank, which was Death Run TV.
Okay.
Because there is like a weird subgenre of games that we really haven't had any representation of in like about 30 years, which is the Smash TV game. And they're like, hey, look, we made a Smash TV, but it's like essentially it's procedurally generated, so you can just like play Smash TV forever. I'm like, I'll play Smash TV forever. They got me there with that. I didn't really see that anywhere else on the show.
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Smash TV, so. And then that was Sunday.
Right, and then Monday happened, and you know, Monday's a little different. You probably end up with a different crowd. Not everyone's going to wake up for the first show of the day, and some people know that. And that's why Verizon ended up taking that slot.
Disgusting.
Verizon is not actually making video games, but they are interested in it as a medium. But what this particular show demonstrates, probably more so than any of the other shows I've seen before it, is that it demonstrates a disconnect of presenters and their audiences. What they ended up doing is talking a lot more about technology in a way that like seemed like they were marketing to like developers, publishers, and like large entities, and like not to like any like general consumer. Sure, there's gonna be that one guy who's gonna say, oh no, but mobile edge compute's gonna change the world of gaming, and they're gonna do that for the next 2 years or whatever, but you know, it's not gonna make Verizon any money. And so I'm not entirely sure why they did this, outside of maybe getting journalists to write about this stuff.
That's fair.
It makes sense that they were explicitly marketing to, say, developers and publishers who are making their games and want to keep them running. So working with Verizon Network and utilizing their technology would be a sound business choice, but, you know, very little of that matters to the average consumer. But they did talk about how they're making things better for developers, esports, and fans. And so it may be a way for them to try to make gamers like advocates in the court of public opinion over 5G, which is a thing that's gotten a weird amount of pushback. They did announce a scholarship for 25 female HBCU students to pursue tech degrees, and that is great. Honestly, we'd love to see it, but like announcing it here feels entirely self-serving. Just go do the stuff, you know? They also glad-handed about another work that they do, which is the Future Fund, where they do like $5 million to try to get more underrepresented voices in gaming. And they did say that they're partnering with Riot Games to get more female casters into League of Legends, which I hope is productive, but I'm unconvinced that Riot Games really cares about women as a whole. But once again, there's no video games. And so I'm not really sure why they did these announcements at E3 outside of, I guess, having a captive audience.
So I only have two thoughts on the Verizon showcase. One is, lol, no. And the second one is that, like, there were this year, like, a fair number of shows that were shows organized by media outlets.
Sure.
There was a showcase from GameSpot. The Future Games showcase was organized by a media outlet. The Upload VR showcase was organized by a media outlet. And so, you know, with an increasing number of shows which were put on by, like, specialist or niche media organizations, I was like, gosh, I really wish there was a Touch Arcade show. You know, like something that would, like, bundle together, like, a half hour to an hour of, here are good games on mobile, the show.
Sure.
Because I think that might be a place to let something like, say, the new Nier game shine, because you're going to put it in front of eyeballs that care about premium gaming experiences on mobile. But, like, Verizon congratulating themselves for existing for a half hour? No thanks.
Yeah, it was ass. I'm kind of mad I watched it, but, you know, I did that for y'all.
You did. You did that so we didn't have to, and I thank you for it.
I appreciate it, Tegan.
I appreciate your sacrifice.
Next year, though, I think we just don't watch it.
Yeah, fuck Verizon. All my homies hate Verizon.
So, the next show was a show I watched. And it was a show that did not age well in the barrel of consideration.
Ooh, got him. It's been like, what, a week?
Yeah. And it's one of those things that's like, Tommy Tallarico, you should not have given me a week of chances to think alone on the shitter about your show.
Get fucked, you loser.
God, that's amazing.
Because I remember watching the show
And you're like, yeah, this is great. And I'm like, mm-hmm.
Right? And I was riding high on that Playdate show where the more I think about Playdate, the more I'm like, wow, this is really fucking extraordinary. This is a really wonderful product. And they have this absolutely figured out. And the more I think about on television, I'm like, they have no idea what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced that these devices actually work right now. That's the first thing I'm going to say. Because I've gone back and I've watched this several times.
Uh-huh.
And unlike the Playdate show, where there is considerable footage of the devices actually working, and they have already sent out a shit ton of Playdates to developers, and you can see like footage from like Playdate developers with their dev kits being like, hey, here's me playing my game on a Playdate live. I think that some of the footage that was in Intellivision's presentation may have been fudged.
I'm listening.
Lots of like stuff that doesn't directly get shown. They haven't released exactly what the specs are for the thing under the hood. What they were showing would require there to be like separate onboard processors inside of the controllers as well.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
This thing is kind of like setting itself up to not just be like a spiritual successor to the original Intellivision console, but also literally a spiritual successor to the Wii and Wii U.
Right.
Like, when they're like, hey, check out everybody playing fucking cornhole. Like, they're tossing the bag. Like, we can play cornhole. And, like, whenever they would show footage of people playing cornhole, they would, like, do stuff like either not show the controller or not show the screen. And, like, why aren't you showing the controller and the screen at the same time? This seems weird. And for a 15-minute presentation about Intellivision, Tommy Tallarico spent the first 5 minutes of this 15-minute presentation just talking about his personal history in the video game industry. Like, here's what I've done in video games. Like, I hold the Guinness World Record for having a credit in the most video games. I'm like,
oh, fuck.
And it's like, well, Tommy Tallarico, you hold that record because of the way Guinness works now. Basically, anybody can call up Guinness and be like, hey, can I get the record for shoving the most marbles up my ass? And they're like, well, maybe. What we'll do is we'll get you to verify how many marbles are up your ass, and if you pay us enough money, it goes in the book. Actually, they don't do dangerous ones anymore, so you won't get that. But you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay. And then here's like a weird flex. He goes, I'm the guy who created the oof sound in Roblox. And it's like, well, the oof sound from Roblox was in a video game that you developed, and then somebody stole it and put it into a Roblox asset. Then you sued Roblox for putting it on their platform that people could like re-syndicate the stolen content. So like, you're now pitching it to sound like you collaborated with Roblox, and eventually like Tallarico and Roblox came to a settlement where like Tommy Tallarico is now getting a share of like oof sound money.
Mm-hmm.
But like pitching himself as like, hey guys, all my homies love Roblox. I'm in with the Roblox. It's like, dude, you sued those people for stealing your shit. Like, you were right. You should have sued them. But like, I don't think you can now get to like pitch yourself as like best friends with Roblox. There was a lot of stuff that just seemed like really, really weird. Like talking about how like there's LED lighting and everything. The Intellivision Amico seems like it's out cruising. There's like extensive LED lighting in the console itself. There's extensive LED like lighting in the controllers. They're like, yeah, check it out. Like, are you doing shooting in the game? Are you winning, son? Like, look at all these LED lights go off. And it's like, okay, like that seems like that costs money. Like your console already only costs $300, and you need to have like gyroscopes, you know, and analog thumb discs and like reactive capacitive touchscreens in the controller. Where's the money for your stupid fucking LED lights? And then he like goes on this tirade and he's like, I remember the good old days of video games. He's like,
oh, shit.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Back when there was no advertising or DLC or microtransactions, and you know, that's great. And we want to get back to that. And it's like, all right, dude. But you're also saying that you're capping the price of your digital games right now at $9.99. And that puts a real ceiling on like what developers are able to do. If you're saying the most a developer could charge is like $10, then like what kind of resources can they reasonably allocate for development?
Looks like we got a new Casio Loopy in the making.
No, I wouldn't say that. Like, I think, you know, honestly, like at this point, having done like an exhaustive amount of research on the Casio Loopy, the Loopy just seems like it was ahead of its time. and more progressive than the world was ready for, because it was something that, like, targeted women and didn't treat them like shit.
Sure.
And things that was, like, done in the loopy became huge trends in Japan, like, literally less than 12 months after they stopped making the loopy.
That's also true, yeah.
This feels more like the Ouya.
Ah, okay. I'll
Yeah.
take that.
So, another thing which seems like is absolutely prone to, like, potential abuse, he explained how gift cards are going to work with this thing.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. He's like, we've got RFID all throughout the console. So the way you redeem a gift card is to literally just touch the gift card to the console. And I'm like, you're redeeming gift cards using RFID? I'm like, do you know how quickly people fucking hacked amiibos? Like,
Right, honestly, like, I can't wait to have infinite gift cards on this fucking thing.
right.
I'm never gonna have to pay for any.
Yeah, I'm like, that is some fucking Willy Wonka. Like, I got a golden ticket. Like, just.
And they're gonna be like, oh, well, we're gonna crack down on RFID gift cards. How? How are you gonna do that?
Right.
Because you can't tell me, like, maybe I did legitimately buy this gift card, and now what? You know? You
Right.
fucking dumb person. Christ on a bike.
They showed a game, and I specifically want to call this game out as looking bad. They're like, hey, we've got Dolphin Quest, which is a spiritual successor to Echo the Dolphin from the original development team. This game looks like the worst kind of, like, Unity asset flip dog shit. This looks like the kind of crap that we would cover on what came out on Steam today. It looks like nightmare bad. Like, Dolphin Quest. I'm like, what the fuck is this Dolphin Quest? Like, this looks awful. And, of course, we have a new Earthworm Jim. And I'm like, are they going to say it? Because there's somebody who currently works at the television who is a horrible nightmare person whose name is Doug TenNapel. Doug TenNapel believes some truly horrible things. Doug TenNapel is literally on the record as saying that trans people aren't human.
Yeah.
They're right. They're gods, and they should say so.
Oh, fuck. God damn it.
They're like, we've reassembled the entire original Earthworm Jim team. And I'm like, who out there is like, Earthworm Jim is such a beloved and important franchise that we should all cast aside our personal sense of morality to preserve the composition of the original Earthworm Jim team. Fuck, like, Dave Perry was the other creative lead on Earthworm Jim, and you know what? He's not a monster. Like, why not just, like, let Dave Perry run it? Like, you don't need to have Doug TenNapel around. And as he's, like, rattling off the names of everybody working on the project, they deliberately don't say Doug TenNapel, right? They're like, we've got this guy, we've got this guy, we've got Dave Perry, we've got this guy. And they're like, and we have a special contest. You could win an Earthworm Jim poster. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. You want to know how you enter this contest? As if it's like 2001. You send an email.
Oh, God.
You send an email to, I shit you not, cow@intellivision.com
Oh, shit.
with the subject line groovy for your chance to win one of 3 signed Earthworm Jim posters.
I'm so tired.
Yes.
I'm so tired.
But are you ready for the coup de grace, Tegan?
No.
Oh, God, this is where I end my
not.
suffering. Let's do it.
Okay, when they panned up and down the shot of this fucking poster, keep in mind, they just made a point of not saying Doug TenNapel. Who has the biggest signature on the poster?
Doug does.
Yes, he does. It's like he took like a Magnum 44 marker, just like, TenNapel, just like huge. It's like he's angry that they're trying to hide him because he's a monster. It's like, just like, and so he's just like, TenNapel, like good for Doug TenNapel to remind us that he's there. And then they showed like a group meeting for the Earthworm Jim team.
Mm-hmm.
And like at this point they've shown by face everybody who's in that meeting except for one person. And then it's like, there's this one extra guy sitting in this fucking meeting that they're showing. And you're like, oh, who's that guy? And it's like, okay, meanwhile, here's old man internet, me, being like, I know who that is. That's Doug fucking TenNapel. You put Doug TenNapel in the video, you sign the poster, but you can't, like, on one hand be like, we're going to try and hide the fact that we're working with Doug TenNapel, but then put him in the video and let him have the biggest fucking signature on our stupid poster. Like, wowie, wowie, wow. Like, oh.
But Brian, here's the thing. They can. And they did.
They did.
It kind of feels like the more they talked, because they're like, video games are fun when they're for the whole family. The more that Tallarico talked, and the more times I watched the video, I'm like, it feels like this rhetoric is for the alt-right. It feels like he is trying to sell...
Finally, a gaming console for the alt-right. They just they advertise a fucking foreign aid chan. Oh no! They put a Pepe, like fucking, oh god, I hate it here.
Rocky, I had to validate my suspicions.
Uh-huh.
So then I'm like, all right, Tommy Tallarico, I'm going to spend the half hour scrolling through your entire follow list on Twitter.
Okay. There's
some real terrible people in his follow list. Like Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones. Like, he appears to, like, follow, like, a whole bunch of, like, white nationalists and alt-right shitheads. And I'm like, oh my god, the Intellivision Amico is truly like, and now a video game console for the white nation. Just like, oh my god, I can't believe it, everybody. Like, powered by the QAnon chip comes the Intellivision Amico. Like, Doug TenNapel is there because they want Doug TenNapel there.
Yeah. If they didn't want him there, they would have got rid of him.
Yeah.
That seems like the whole thing.
So, hey everybody, fuck that. Now, I'm convinced that this thing is going to be a giant disaster and blow up in their faces like so much shrapnel.
But on the off chance that it's not.
And I promise to, like, be a faithful steward of that, and it, like, as it explodes, or as more of their bullshit is exposed, we will be on the front lines of being like, hey guys, you want to know more about how the Intellivision took a shit in its own pants? We'll do that for you.
God damn.
We'll save you a click right there, so you don't have to poison your mind with any of that shit. We got you. We're doing this as a service.
And we want to point out that if you're interested in new, interesting niche video game hardware, which has really cool games and believes that, you know, I don't know, human beings have value and deserve to live, maybe check out the fucking Playdate.
Yeah, true.
So it really is like Goofus and Gallant here. Like, Goofus thinks that trans people aren't human and has Doug TenNapel sign the fucking poster. Gallant is actually funding dev teams of marginalized people and has Lucas Pope making a game where you're a doorman on Mars. Like, fuck.
So, like, we've been excited about the Intellivision Amico for, 2 years now?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I feel like I should be angrier about this, but it's more like, oh, God, of course they're fucking monsters.
It's almost worse to be just like, yeah, of course they're fucking trash. Why wouldn't they be fucking trash, you know?
Wait, Tegan, actually, I think you have a bit more trash for us.
Oh, yes, I have trash. This is the trash. Impossible Coin would like to take another very hard stance on this. Impossible Coin does not support mythical games. In the past, if we have support mythical games, we withdraw all support of mythical games.
Yeah.
And we withhold all future support of mythical games. Mythical games can literally eat my ass. They dropped an NFT as a game during their show, and you know what? Fuck them. Absolutely not. We don't support anyone who's doing NFTs. Go away. Get out of here.
Yeah.
There's a quote from the book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Okay.
Where Hunter S. Thompson says, when he's referring to being completely drunk and on acid in Circus at 11 p.m. on a Friday night looking at an orangutan, he says, this feels like what the entire world would be doing if the Nazis had won the war.
Oh my god. What a fucking stance. You know what? Okay.
Oh, and I'm sitting there watching the Mythical fucking Games showcase, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, here we are, Hunter S. Thompson. I'm drunk on acids and looking at the orangutan at 11 p.m. on a Friday night. Like, when they said put the fun back in non-fungible tokens, I nearly backflipped off the planet.
When they said that, I literally messaged Brian and I said, we can walk into the sun now. Like, I'm ready at this point. Let's go.
Oh, God.
Video games, they were a mistake.
One of my favorite / not favorite things about the Mythical Games showcase is it's very obvious that in their stupid fucking video game, Blanco's block party, block because it's blockchain, get it?
Yeah.
In Blanco's block party, it's very obvious that like all of their character models are just like explicitly just stolen from Funko Pops. Like everything just looks like a fucking Funko Pop. And the way they kept on talking about their character models, so like everyone loves collecting vinyl toys. You love vinyl toys. I love vinyl. I'm like, you guys, you tried to do the fucking business, but Funko told you to eat shit. This is so funny. Like, since you can't say Funko Pop, you just made all these things that look like Funko Pops, and you're like, well, fuck, what are Funko Pops? Well, they're vinyl toys. Will people get it? If we just say vinyl toy over and over again, will they get that that's what we're doing? And I'm like, oh my god, just these fucking losers with the like vinyl toys. And as they start to like announce their various like, they're like, yeah, and check out the limited edition Dead Mouse NFT drop. You can now get a Dead Mouse helmet in Blanco's block party. Like, oh my Christ. Christ on the cross. Like, they're showing these little fucking Funko Pops running around with Dead Mouse helmets on, and I'm like, yep.
If I were a Dead Mouse, I'd be like, withdraw.
Oh, God. And they had him on there, and he could not have looked more bored. He's like, I don't know, I'm getting paid. And then they're like, hey, and if you love Dead Mouse, also love getting Burberry handbags for your vinyl toys. And I'm like, this is the moment where I fill my pockets with rocks, and I walk into the sea. God.
I'm so tired. I hate everything that just came out of your mouth.
There was a thing they said during their show. There was so much they said that was like, holy shit, fuck these people forever. But there was a thing that they said, in the past, you have never owned a video game. You've only had a license for it. Yeah, that's right, Tegan. They said that.
They said that. They said that with their chest.
They did.
Disgusting. Yep.
They're like, this is the first video game you'll own. I'm like, oh my god.
I can't wait to own one video game. Fuck off, dude.
And like, they kept on like pushing people to their website like during the fucking show. They're like, go look at the website. And it is just, like, amazing how much they are charging for all of this fucking garbage.
Why did you go to their website, though, Brian? That's what I want to know.
Tegan, I like to be able to hate with a level of sophistication and sadness.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Right. You know, like, I need to be fully equipped to hate. Like, that's why I spent a half hour scrolling through Tommy Tallarico's Follows.
Uh-huh.
You know, like, I could have just been like, I assume that he's just an all-right dirtbag. But
you have the receipts.
Yeah. And so, like, I pull up their fucking, like, store, and I'm just, like, looking at, like, what they're charging for these vinyl toys and stuff. And I'm just seeing, like, oh my god, like, just, like, literally this, like, shitty little generic vampire skin for your character is $15. You could buy the Menace skin for $15. And they're like, and here's the exciting part, is that, like, sometimes these products will come down, and then you'll be able to resell them for profit.
Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Right, and so, like, surprise, surprise, like, the Dead Mouse stuff is already out of the store, because now they want people just, like, selling the Dead Mouse fucking drops. Back and forth, because like the way they've structured their like licensing agreements is that the people who did the licensing get money when the item is resold as well.
Yeah.
And so like they had like people on from like Burberry and Dead Mouse who were like, yes, we are very excited about this passive income from assholes selling things to each other forever.
No, I kind of miss Opal when she was asking about buttons and shit. Like
yeah, fair enough. You know, fair enough. Like, oh god, like, what's weird is that like from our first week of shows, we're like, yeah, man, like Ubisoft was mostly boring, and you know, then the Coke Showcase had poor Opal asking about the fucking buttons. But then like along comes like week 2 of our coverage, and we're like, and now you shall encounter the true nightmares. Like, now you shall gaze into the eyes of Intellivision and fucking Mythical Games, just say, We are very, very bad. Square Enix was bad in an entirely different way. Like, Square Enix was just a shit show. This stuff was morally fucking assailable.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was bad in a meeting on Skull Island kind of way.
Yeah. Donald Trump Jr. is there with Elon Musk.
Fuck. Oh, God.
I'm so tired.
I do have video games to talk about if you're interested in that.
Neat!
I would love to talk about a video game that isn't a fucking NFT. Can we do that?
Is it Blankos Block Party, Rocky?
It's
No.
not, I promise.
Oh god, thank god.
Okay, so the first thing I want to bring up, Brian, you might dislike this game because it is kind of Star Fox-like. It's a game called Life Slide, and it's going to come out August 6th. It is a paper-plane flight simulator where you fly through lush environments with, like, various, like, pathways that you can choose. But there's no combat or anything. You're just flying. You're a paper plane. Fly through the wilderness. Have fun.
What show is this?
The Indie Gaming Showcase.
Okay.
Yeah. Showed up like 50 minutes after Mythical Games. Or maybe half an hour. Yeah, about half an hour. And then Hooded Horse had 3 space-based strategy games. They had Falling Frontier, which is a real-time strategy game. Alliance of the Sacred Sons, which is a 4X game, which I've heard before, but I hadn't really paid attention to. So for people who don't know, 4X games is an abbreviation for Explore, Expand, Exploit, and Exterminate games, where those are your main, like, actions. Civilization is an example of a 4X game. The 4X game from Hooded Horse is called Alliance of the Sacred Sons. And you do a lot of the same things. There are various space nations that you represent. You have to manage trade and explore the galaxy and do stuff like that. And the last space-based strategy game is Terra Invicta, which is a grand strategy game. More like in the flavor of Alliance of Iron or something.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So Hooded Horse had those 3 games to show. Falling Aces was here. We talked about it. Larcenauts, which is VR heist Overwatch, which we talked a little bit about last week. There's a game called Toy Soldiers HD, which just looks like an HD remaster of the old Toy Soldiers game, where you play as, like, toy soldiers in very realistic World War I battles, except, you know, everything's toy soldiers and stuff. It looks fine. Like, you know, if you're into it, or you're just really into that one movie from the 90s and you just want to blow some shit up, go for it. There's a game called Moolander, where you play as aliens in tiny spaceships that invade a planet that's run by cows in a sort of, like, flying, like, R-type shooter.
Huh.
Yeah, right? Like, it looks like it could be a vibe. It looks really weird. I'm not sure how I feel about it. There's another game that is also kind of an R-type game called Bark, which is actually for Bio-Interstellar Arc, where a bunch of dogs are launched into space, and the dogs are piloting mechs in a side-scrolling bullet hell to try to save the person that, like, released them, and they're in, like, some lost spaceship, I guess, presumably running out of oxygen. But it's mostly just, like, up to 4-player, like, side-scrolling bullet hell shooting. It seems cool. Then there's another game, Tunguska The Visitation, which is a top-down tactical shooter. I'm seeing a lot of, like, Slavic-coded shooters this year. Not a lot.
Yeah.
There's at least 3.
Do you think that's because of, like, Escape from Tarkov and that sort of thing?
I believe that. But I think Tunguska is probably the 3rd one that got, like, some play at this show.
Yeah, we had, like, Stalker 2, Atomic Heart. Oh, and, shit. Oh, what's it called? Fuck.
It's okay.
Dying Light 2. Dying Light 2.
Oh, yeah!
We did.
Dying Light.
To be fair, there were so many games.
There's so many fucking games.
There are
Jesus.
so many games.
The next game, which is honestly baffling to me, is called Neko Ghost Jump. It's a platformer, and your protagonist is a cat, but it uses, like, the 2D, 3D mechanic from Super Paper Mario. I don't know if any of you remember, but, like, you know, in Super Paper Mario, like, you mostly move through a 2D space, but there are some situations where you can turn the whole world 3D, and it's a platformer that way. And you're kind of just looking through, like, the one dimension, like, behind the paper protagonist. Neko Ghost Jump does the exact same thing, and it does some of the tricks where, like, you're moving, like you're bounding through, like, the level, and you're jumping, and there's, like, a platform that's like moving like left to right in the 3D space, but if you turn it 2D, it's not moving at all because like that's flat now and you just land on the platform. There's a lot of stuff like that. I'm not sure, like, I mean, I guess I don't doubt that a whole game can be built around like manipulating that mechanic. I'm just kind of surprised since Super Paper Mario came out like 10 years ago that no one's done it by now.
I will say this, that like Super Paper Mario crawled so that Fez could fly.
That's fair.
But also at this point, like, fuck, like Fez was in development so long that like development on Fez started before the release of Super Paper Mario. Yeah. And like part of the reason why Fez is so fucking good is it was in development for like 7 years. Mm-hmm. And, you know, like, again, call me grumpy, call me cynical, I just don't see this game being another fucking Fez. Like, how often do we get Fez?
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I'll give you that.
Right.
And the last game from the Indie Gaming Showcase was Extra Galactica. And this one's a head scratcher, honestly. Like, there's part of it's a platformer, part of it's like a space like bullet hell, but the whole thing is an adventure game where a human jock and an alien explorer team up to save the planet? I don't know. Extra Galactica. Watch the trailer. If you guys get it better than I do, then at me on Twitter. Like, Jesus Christ, because I don't get it. But yeah, that was the Indie Gaming Showcase. Anyone want to tap in on anything else that was here?
I think I'm good.
I do want to point out that, like, the vibe of the show, it was mostly sizzle reels the show. That's how it was going to be.
Do not want.
Yeah.
I like sizzle reels.
I think sizzle reels are good, but, like, I feel like there's sometimes when sizzle reels don't give enough information. Like, I could have used a deep dive on Extra Galactica. And maybe I didn't need it, but someone needs a deep dive on Tunguska the Visitation. Mm-hmm. And I feel like Bark should have been in the Wholesome Direct, and I don't know why they weren't there, but whatever, I guess. Same with Life Slide, to be honest.
Okay, that's fair.
The next one, which is also me, is the Freedom Games Showcase. And while Freedom Games is a publisher, it made a point to, like, showcase a lot of, like, small group, if not single-made indie games. They highlighted the studios, and it was a bit of sizzle reel with a bit of, like, developer commentary, or, like, even, like, developer interview in some pieces. It was a big mixed bag of stuff.
I feel like they did a good enough job, like, communicating what each game was.
That's fair. I can absolutely agree to that. There was a game, Dreamscaper, which is, another roguelite. It's an action roguelite where you traverse a world and fight monsters in your dreams. And, like, you also play a character that, like, navigates the world on your own. I think an interesting choice is that all the human, like, characters in the game don't actually have faces. There's literally, like, no eyes, no noses, no mouths. But, like, they're definitely people. And, like, you fight monsters in the dreams, and they're definitely monsters, but all the people lack faces, which feels like a design choice, and I hope it's something deeper, but it's definitely interesting. The next game is Airborne Kingdom, which is another one of these, like, condensed city builder games, but instead of being on the back of a huge monster, you are actually just building an airship. It's a flying city. You manage the people that's in it. There's no date on that yet. The next game is a Pokemon-like, I'm not going to call it Pokemon-like, but no, you know what? This is exactly a Pokemon-like. This isn't just like a monster battling game. It's a Pokemon-like called Koromon from Tragsoft, and I played a bit of that demo. From the show, it looks pretty good. The demo is better, but we'll get to that next week. They also showed Cat Cafe Manager again.
Oh, you got me.
I'm glad you're excited about it, because I think it's fine. I think this is actually the third time I've seen it.
Yep.
Yeah. The next game that they showed was even more exciting to me, though.
Oh, yeah, To the Rescue from Little Rock Games, which seems really interesting to me, like, both conceptually and, like, mechanically. To the Rescue is a game where you run a dog rescue. And it seems to be much more in, like, the realistic sim space, like something more like 2-point simulations. But, like, instead of it being, like, 3D models, it's all pixel art and stuff. The devs talked about how they spoke with, like, people who run rescues to try to, like, really portray the, like, issues of, like, running an actual dog rescue. So it's also kind of, like, an informational piece, like a public service announcement, but also a video game. I have the demo, like, on deck, and I'll probably play it. Maybe I'll play it on stream. Who knows?
Oh, there's a demo out for this?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to get on that. Is it time limited? Is it part of, like, Gabe Newell's Summer Knife Festival, or is it not time bound?
I don't know if it's time bound at all, but I did get it off Steam.
Okay, all right, then I will hop to it and get that one. One thing I thought was very plucky and very adorable at this particular presentation was when they were talking to the developer. Like, the name of the game studio, like their little tiny game studio, is exactly because of where they are. They're in Little Rock, Arkansas, and they're like, we wanted there to be a game development studio here in Little Rock, Arkansas, and so we made one. And just like, yeah. And like, the To The Rescue team is 3 devs, and I just thought that they were like, so cute, talking about like wanting to like make a game dev in Little Rock, Arkansas, and that like what they were inspired to make is this like what looks like very mechanically rich and socially conscious game about rescuing dogs. And I was like, this is adorable. You people are great. Fucking A, awesome. I will buy your dog shelter game. Like,
for sure.
Yeah.
The next game I'm pretty sure is a game that Brian may not ultimately end up buying. It's called Slaughter League from Microwave Games. And the game is a puzzle platformer. It's flavored as like a game show that's like a mixture between Ninja Warrior and Wipeout, except most of your obstacles are actually lethal. So, you're trying to navigate this incredibly hostile space via platforming shenanigans. You're able to customize your avatar, which is a contestant in the Slaughter League, and that's most of the game.
There was something about the way they showed it. Like, here's the thing, is if they had just showed the game and talked to the dude, I would be, like, unequivocally excited.
Okay.
Because it looked stupid in the way that I like. Like, there's a specific brand of dumb I enjoy, and, like, this seemed to have that on offer. And, like, the devs seemed cool.
But
then, like, so much of the footage they showed had, like, insets which were, like, designed to be like, this game is perfect for streaming on Twitch.
Yeah.
Don't you want to show your viewers you fucking up and dying constantly? I'm like, you're given that Bennett Foddy Surgeon Simulator cell. And I'm not sure if I'm interested in that. If that's all this game is just, like, stream bait, then I'm out.
For sure. The next game, Dark Deity, didn't get a lot. I think it was more of like interview than it was gameplay, which worries me a little bit because I've been keeping up with this game on TikTok for a while. Dark Deity is a game that's very much like the handheld Fire Emblem games in both style, presentation, and like gameplay. It has like the tiny character movements. They do special moves when they do criticals. It appears to be voice acted. There is a wide breadth of like customization for various units. It is out now. It is available on Steam. The developers are actually a group of college kids who openly say that like instead of doing their college work, they were developing this game. But the game's done. Now it's out.
It did shoot straight into the top 10 on Steam.
They have done a good job marketing the game where they have been, TikTok and like social media. And the game does seem to fill a niche that Fire Emblem and like I guess Intelligent Systems as a whole has like abandoned for like greater popularity. So I'd believe it if it shot up immediately. I want to know if it stands the test of time.
For as much like fan servicey character models as there appeared to be in the footage of the game does seem to be less horny than modern Fire Emblem.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like, here are fan servicey character models, but like, you are not going to fuck your way to greatness in this game.
Sure. I don't even want to say that it's like...
What if I want to fuck my way to greatness?
I mean, there are games that'll let you do that.
I know.
But I wonder if Dark Deity is going to especially, like, fuck you until you become great. Because that was one of the things that I remember about old school Fire Emblem, is that there are some things... There's a specific mission in, like, Sacred Stones where you have a character that is recruitable on the map, and he is very dangerous. He has a high crit rate, and he will waste most characters that you put in their way. And the way to recruit him is to take your healer, who is literally the most vulnerable character on the map, and get her in range of this like swordsman so that they can have a conversation and they join you.
Right.
But the thing is that if you step into his range without being able to talk to him, he'll just straight up murder the healer. He won't initiate the conversation. And so there was a lot that needed to be done to, like, one, clear the path for this interaction to happen, and then go, like, get this character, in addition to, like, the rest of the map. And, like, the map was, in comparison, like, a lot less difficult. Like, you could definitely clear the map, but then you lose out on this very good, very powerful unit. And so, like, this, like, metagame thing is something that really stuck in my head for a very long time. And I wonder if Dark Deity will be able to capture those kinds of moments.
I know that the devs have also, like, very much intentionally used the word Fire Emblem meets XCOM to describe the game. And I'm like, those seem like very specific polls.
Right.
And historically both very punishing series.
Right.
But, like, man, like, so far the Steam reviews seem pretty good. And, like, obviously good on them. Like, just, like, break it out into the top 10. But what else did they show, Rocky? What other games?
Oh, yeah. I think there was only one more game. Oh, no, there was a couple other games, but I didn't care about them. That's right. But the last game that I'm going to mention from this showcase is One Lonely Outpost, which came from Aurorian Games, which appears to be Stardew Valley in space, which is a good vibe. Good for them. I hope it works out. I
thought this looked cute, too, and I started to, like, read about the game, and I saw that, like, the dev has met with criticism for how closely it looks like Stardew.
Yeah, sure.
Some have... I feel like this is, like, a baseless accusation until somebody has, like, receipts. Some people think that it's, like, actually built on top of Stardew's engine.
Ooh, that's pretty bold.
Yeah, and I'm like, come on, people. Like, don't say that shit. Don't say that stuff unless you can back it up.
Right.
What's weird, though, is that there haven't been any, like, direct refuting of that statement. Like, the dev has not come out there and been like, oh, come on, that's horseshit. I'm not built on the Stardew engine.
I don't think either of those things help him. I don't think responding to, like, this criticism does anything for his game and, like, this business.
Yeah.
I think it's better for him to, like, let them talk and, like, let it shake out on its own.
Fair enough. Then they actually closed with a sizzle reel. And there was nothing really in the sizzle reel that, like, really lit my dick on fire.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I skipped it.
But you know what? I thought overall it was a pretty good show. Like, it's interesting to see more of these, like, publishing companies who are like, hey, there's good money in providing completion funds for indies and marketing funds for indies. Like, Devolver has kind of, like, shown the way that this can be a lucrative model. And now we've got companies like Raw Fury and Freedom out there, I guess, hoping to be the next Devolver.
I think this show did a good balance of putting, like, names and faces to games.
Yeah.
In a way that I hope Coke Primetime learns from. Because, like, you know, the gameplay was definitely the focus. And there was a bit of, like, you know, personal story whenever, like, a dev came on. But, like, there was nowhere near anything that would reasonably be considered overstaying their welcome, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think, like it or not, the people that Coke needs to be learning from are, like, major platform holders, because the size of their portfolio and the size of that company's budget have more in common with, like, say, something like Square Enix or Capcom, or, you know, like, they are a major fucking publisher, and, like, the presentation that Coke put on was just, like, embarrassing. Like, poor Opal and her buttons, like, is not the kind of thing that a major publisher should be doing with their presentation. Like, I think the vibe here was good, and I think that if what Coke did was something that looked like what Freedom Games did, that would be fine. But, like, I expect Coke next year to have a fucking stage and, like, a very glossy finished presentation. Like, that is what they should have on offer. They need Todd Howard, they need violins, they need, like, needless celebrities who saunter out once. That is the kind of thing they need.
Holy shit. What? No. They don't need any of that shit. What are you talking about? Like, maybe there's a guy that shows up every year, but, like, I don't know. I feel like these presentations should, you know, stay focused on, like, the games themselves. And, like, I feel like what you just described is a lot more pageantry. Like, it's this type of shit that, like, EA does. And, like, I thought we hated them.
Oh, we do. And we do hate them. And we hate them for all the right reasons. But the problem is, Rocky, is that there is a giant segment of the gaming population who don't understand just how many big, expensive video games a company has on offer unless people signpost it with a literal marching band.
I don't know, man. I feel like Nintendo and Microsoft do just fine.
Okay. Like, there may not have been marching bands for Nintendo and Microsoft, but their presentations sure as fuck looked a zillion dollars more expensive than Coke's.
I agree with that.
Yeah, Coke's looked like a Zoom call with a nervous woman. Like,
Yeah.
That is not how you sell your video games.
You got the next one, Brian.
I do have the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like a show which I have historically wanted to be good, but has always just never been.
Mm-hmm.
They were having trouble threading the needle on how do you E3. This was Limited Run Games, and Limited Run this year had the folks at Mega 64 produce their show, which meant that we had like a comedy show with like a narrative. And as I saw like more and more shows like building like narrative into their shows and intentional comedy and stuff, I'm like, man, we really are just like feeling that Devolver influence everywhere. So like the Limited Run Games show was a frame story. It opened like in a post-apocalyptic future where we see like two post-apocalyptic dudes like digging a pit on a beach. And like one guy's like, it has to be here. And then the other one's like, it couldn't possibly be here. The legends aren't true. And they're like, we cut to Limited Run Games.
All right.
And they did like various bits throughout their show where they're like, let's go to our hype chamber to see what the hype chamber thinks. And like the hype chamber is like an unfinished construction project on like a residential home, like filmed at dusk and like playing like weird music over it. And you just see like a shadow of somebody like off camera. And you hear someone like grunting and they're like, the hype chamber loves it. Just lots of stuff like that. So like it felt very much like Mega 64's like history of videos, as far as like the way the funnies were built. The guys from like Limited Run came off as very personable. They did lots of jokes about E3 presentations in general. It was also interesting to see that like this was a space where some like legitimately like larger announcements got made because companies, you know, like who are currently doing business with Limited Run are continuing to do business with Limited Run. Way Forward used the game to announce that they are going to be releasing a localized version of River City Girls Zero for the first time. The first game in the series where you ever got to play as the girls in River City, which like came out for like the SNES eons ago, is now actually being localized and is going to be released digitally, but the reason it got announced on this showcase is there will also be a physical release handled by Limited Run. And so they're like, hey, it's coming digitally and also physically for Switch and PS4. Way Forward also used the platform to announce River City Girls 2, which will be coming next year. Yeah. And they announced that it would be coming for PS4, PS5, and Switch, physically as well as digitally. That really caught my attention, that like Limited Run is now a place where you can do big announcements. Then they announced, so which like knocked me flat on my ass, they have the license from Konami to produce the first ever legitimate localization of Castlevania Rondo of Blood for the TurboGrafx 16.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Where they're just like, yeah, Rondo of Blood is actually coming out now for the TG16 CD. There you go. Big lavish presentation, like plenty of like historical stuff, art books, you know, like histories by Jeremy Parrish. I can't fucking believe it. Like Rondo of Blood is now finally coming out for North American and European markets. Here we are, like localization is like legitimately happening with like this like lavish presentation, which like acknowledges the fact that this is like a beloved, you know, like historical game which has never been localized before. And as I was sitting here like watching this thing, and I watched like Twitter like explode simultaneously because people are like, holy shit, I can't believe Rondo of Blood is finally coming out. I'm like, this seems like one of those things that like, can you imagine if Nintendo did the business with Limited Run to put out Mother 3 for the GBA? If they're just like, hey everybody, Mother 3 in English, finally, legitimately on the GBA, let Limited Run Games be your Huckleberry. The amount of goodwill plus money that they could make is just ridiculous. Like, do it simultaneously with like a digital Switch release. Be like, hey, it's out digitally on Switch, or you could buy a physical GBA cartridge. That just seems like such a huge win. All this free money that Konami is going to have now, like, God.
They're still in bed with Yakuza, right? Or did they get sold? I can't remember.
They are, in fact, still in bed with the Yakuza.
Okay.
Yep.
And then I have included a picture in the document.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I can't fucking believe they did it. Limited Run Games now owns in its entirety the rights to Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. Like, whenever people are, like, putting together lists of worst video games of all time, Plumbers Don't Wear Ties generally makes the top of the list of, like, worst video games of all time. Now, here's the thing. That's hyperbolic, because, like, obviously there are mountains of games released on Steam every week, which are absolute nightmares, right? Mm-hmm. But the thing about Plumbers Don't Wear Ties is it is bad in such, like, interesting and bizarre ways that it's fascinating. You just, like, sit there and you're like, how the fuck does this game? It's excruciatingly terrible, but like, there are so many bad decisions that had to be made for this video game to exist that it's fascinating. I'm curious about, like, every step of the process of, like, how this game came to be. Like, it's a weird nightmare. It's a strange thing. And now Plumbers Don't Wear Ties is going to be digitally released on modern console platforms. Like, here comes Plumbers Don't Wear Ties to both the PlayStation platform and the Switch, as well as physical releases, which will contain, like, exhaustive amounts of, like, interviews and historical materials. I can't believe that they've done it. Like, they're remastering Plumbers Don't Wear Ties and, like, putting it out with, like, the kind of, like, historical materials that would make people want to buy it. Like, I cannot wait to stream Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. I want people to see the strange chicken head man. I want people to see, like, this... fuck. There's so much in this video game which just doesn't make sense. Like, I remember buying this video game. Actually, I didn't buy it. I traded for it because I was a high schooler and a rube and an idiot. There was one other kid in my high school who had a 3DO, right? We were the two kids who had 3DOs. So, like, he was like, I'll do you a 2-for-1 trade, Brian. Here's the deal. If you give me Sewer Shark and $20, I'll give you Neurodancer and Plumbers Don't Wear Ties. And I was like, whoa, that seems like a great deal. And little did I know that I definitely got the raw end of that deal. You know? Oh, yeah. Like, I got straight fucked. But there was a thing about playing this thing back at the moment when it came out where you're just like, what the fuck is this? Like, so much of it is like, what if you gave someone enough money and drugs to make the world's worst PowerPoint presentation? That's the best way to describe that game. So stay tuned. Like, there was obviously, like, a shit ton of other games that had, like, physical releases announced, but, like, most of them are games that have either been out for a while because they're now, like, ready to enter that moment in their life cycle. And there were a few games that were shown elsewhere at E3 that just announced that they would be having, like, simultaneous physical releases that would be handled by a limited run. Axiom Verge 2 was like, hey, simultaneous physical release through a limited run. Like, okay, that's cool. So for people who want to have that for Axiom Verge 2, they can have it. This feels like a good moment for a, like, pit stop related to something that we talked about last week regarding various announcements that were coming out of E3. Like, we talked about Devolver's, like, they did a bit where they made fun of the idea of, like, ridiculous games that are not meant to be, like, played as a physical release and are only purchased as, like, shelf candy commodities. And, like, the thing is that when Devolver filmed their show as a showcase, like, you know, some months ago, they managed to film that show before Super Rare Games legitimately announced that thing as an actual business practice. And, like, last week, we took a giant shit on Super Rare Games. We're like, I believe the phrase, fuck Super Rare Games, all my homies hate Super Rare Games, was actually said on their show last week.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And I am always a big fan of, like, whenever people do the right thing and, like, listen to feedback, to call it out and acknowledge it as well. It's just as important. Super Rare Games was like, hey, we kind of fucked this up. They're like, first of all, they said, quote, we just flat out overlooked important issues. And so now they have indicated that these games will be available digitally, all on itch, 6 months after the physical release. Just period. And they also made clear, they're like, hey, these developers will hold all rights simultaneously at the same time as our rights because our rights are exclusive to the Switch. So, they can do whatever they want outside of the Switch simultaneously. And the games will appear definitely on itch 6 months after release on the Switch. They also indicated that the pre-order window that they're going to offer is going to be longer than originally announced to allow more people to order it if they need time. And they announced that they were going to offer demos of these games before they opened the pre-order windows so people would know what type of game it was to encourage people who might be actually interested in playing the fucking game to buy it. And they would also be doing, like Twitch streams of the games before opening the pre-order windows and giving a 2-week notice of when the pre-order windows would open before opening them. And so I was like, all right, you have listened to an awful lot of the feedback here for people, making sure that like these games actually get played and are not just treated as like investment commodities. So awesome. And I just thought that was worth calling out because that was like, they heard the feedback, they heard people shitting on them, and they're like, hey, we are serious about preservation. We are serious about these games helping developers fund their next developments, their next games, and it seems like we weren't going to accomplish that goal if we had done it the way we had originally planned. And it felt like a good place to mention it because we just talked about a physical game publisher.
Okay, Super Rare can't come to the cookout, at least not yet. But, if they see someone, just talking about something that they don't know that much about, hopefully they would swiftly correct them.
Okay, so they haven't yet jumped out of a plane with Vin Diesel's baby, guaranteeing them a spot at the cookout. But could we send them to the plane to go get Vin Diesel's baby?
I'm not trusting them with Vin Diesel's baby. They obviously fixed this because they were yelled at, and that is good, but I wish we didn't have to yell at them.
We want to see that full growth before we invite them.
Yeah. Their ability to respond to criticism tells me that they have a heart, but, it doesn't tell me that they have a brain. And so, if they're able to prove that they have a brain, I might be open to trusting them. But once again, currently, I am not.
I will say that for me, when people say, I fucked up, I was wrong, and then don't try to equivocate beyond that, that goes a long way with me.
That's fair.
Speaking of people who fucked up and were wrong, I think Rocky has our next showcase. It's not Rocky who was wrong. It's people he'll be talking about.
Oh, Capcom?
Yeah.
I think Capcom kind of fucked up, but, I'm not sure if they actually fucked up on Monday. So Capcom had a showcase, right? They told us a bunch of little things, but there are no big announcements. The first thing that they told us is that Resident Evil Village is getting DLC, because people want DLC. There'll be more information in the future, please understand. Monster Hunter Rise, which is currently out, and Monster Hunter Stories got promoted with additional content. They do want to cross-promote with the two games. They want people to buy both and play them together. And Monster Hunter Stories got a new story trailer, and the game will finally be out this coming Friday. There are no new monsters for Monster Hunter Rise at this moment. They did a presentation on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles localization, a game that's 6 years old, and they talked about two mechanics that are otherwise not featured in the Ace Attorney series. One is the Dance of Deduction, where Herlock Sholmes says, this is it, and he has a deduction, and then you use the evidence and what you can find to try to refute that deduction and reveal new truths. And the Summation Examination, which builds upon the Masked Jury examination from the Ace Attorney Professor Layton crossover,
right,
where you're interviewing a jury as a whole, and you call out flaws in individual jurors' logic to sway them to your side. And then, they use the rest of their time to plug Capcom Pro Tour and Street Fighter League, which, is their right, but we don't have to like it. And while I do think this kind of promotion is important to growing like esport, I think they should get better at reading the room. But to be honest, I truly believe that Capcom paid the money to get this time slot, and then other things happened, and they didn't have a lot of stuff to show here, but they decided to just use the advertising space.
Okay. And if I looked at Square Enix and spent the entire Square Enix show going, where is Forspoken? Where is Final Fantasy 16? Which both felt like incredibly absent at that show.
Yeah, true.
Forspoken is I think out in January? What the fuck? And so if those were like the giant things that were like incredibly missing at the Square Enix show, Capcom has like a big high profile VR release on deck for Oculus Quest in the Resident Evil 4 VR remake. Where, Rocky, where?
I don't know. It'll be an Oculus show like 2 months from now.
God, that was the thing I was most looking forward to seeing at like this show. I was like, oh man, they're going to talk about like Resident Evil 4 for the Oculus, aren't they? No, they're not.
Yeah,
not at all.
Probably not. No, I'm like mostly like spooked about like the lady they had doing the announcing. She gave me like a weird like plastic like Stepford Wives like vibe, and I feel bad because like I don't think she's actually like that. The way that she was presenting, the way that she talked, you know what I mean?
Right.
And like it weirded me out, and I don't know what that's about. I just hope she's okay. Like I hope she's not like locked in a bunker or something somewhere.
To be fair, that same voice, that Stepford Wivey voice, is the voice that I'm always trying to do whenever I'm like, we hear an impossible coin, and like I can't ever do it right because I start laughing.
Yeah.
But like, if I ever master that voice, it's over for all of us.
Oh my god.
Because I'm just constantly going to be like, we hear an impossible coin. Understand the value of $1.
Tegan, don't do that, please. I thought we're friends, right? Like,
yeah,
please.
we are friends. We are friends, but that's absolutely how. Once I master that voice, that's how I'm promoting our Patreon.
Oh my god!
I messaged Rocky
For $5 a month, I will stop. Rocky, imagine.
Brian, you messaged me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I messaged Rocky live during this show, and I said, "Rocky, was that it?"
And I was just like, yes.
Yep.
Like,
I was there. I saw it. It was an exchange. And I giggled.
Yeah. See, what's weird is that, like, where, like, Square was just, like, bad, and Square was like, we're gonna back up this whole truck and dump garbage on your face.
Right.
Capcom's like, I'm sorry, we didn't bring any garbage to dump on your face. Like,
no, like, Capcom showed up like fucking tuxedo mask, like, there, now E3 is finished. Like, but you didn't do anything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then they whished their cape away. Absolutely.
Yep.
That's 100%.
Yep. Tuxedo Mask, the show, like, was definitely Capcom. Like, where Ubisoft was, like, the taking horse tranquilizers this show. Yeah. Square Enix was the inexplicably awful show. Koch Media was the terrified woman making a Zoom call for 2 hours asking about buttons. Capcom really was like, hey guys, we bought a half hour. Fuck me, I guess. Like they might as well have bought the Tommy Tallarico 15-minute special. You know, like the... Like, do we really need 10 minutes of, like, fucking esports bros wearing jerseys? Rocky, you were absolutely right when you said, like, that's fine, I guess they should read the room. Like, there is a space to talk about esports bros and jerseys for 10 minutes. I'll tell you where it's not.
E3?
It's not after you've just done 20 minutes of fucking nothing. Like, you can even do it at E3. Like, I'll sit through your 10 minutes of esports bros. You're like, we're fucking Capcom. Like, here's a new Mega Man game. Here's an update of what's going on with, like, Street Fighter. Here's what's going on with this, and this. Like, if Capcom had just, like, brought it and had, like, left me breathless on the bed saying, like, do me again, Capcom Daddy.
Disgusting.
That's disgusting. Yeah, man. What the fuck? Sorry, whatever. Go ahead. Finish your thing, Brian.
All right. I'm just saying that if Capcom had pounded the fucking shores of Iwo Jima, no one would mind if they gave us 10 minutes of bros in fucking jerseys. But, like...
We'd be like, thank you for the breather.
Right. We're like, oh, God, like, I gotta go get I gotta take a pee, and I'm gonna get a bottle of water. You want one? Like...
Let me use my inhaler real quick.
Oh, God. But instead they're just like, I don't know, this game comes out next month. And, like, probably the best tweet I saw about the Capcom show is... If you were to believe Capcom's show, their company will cease to exist in August. Because they literally didn't show anything past July 27th. Like,
yep.
Like, what the fuck? Like, this is amazing. Like, amazing.
I mean, they only had 30 minutes.
I'm telling you, there's going to be another show, like, when it's relevant. Like, when Capcom has news, they'll tell us. But, like, they didn't have news.
Here's my prediction. My prediction is they're going to do... Once... Like, the final part of Final Fantasy XIV releases, that same day, like the day before maybe, that's when they're going to drop the trailer for Final Fantasy 16.
Wait, are we talking about Square now?
Yeah, that's Square Enix again.
Whatever. It's all the same.
What I think Capcom's announcements are actually going to be at is at the end of Capcom Pro Tour. What they did is that they shouted about Street Fighter League, and they talked about how Capcom Pro Tour is back because it didn't happen last year. Right now, qualifiers are going on. And so, people all over the country are trying to qualify into the invitational Capcom Pro Tour tournament. And leading up to that, usually whenever Pro Tour happens, they'll do, larger announcements. That's when they announce, a lot of, the Fighter Pass characters. It's not called the Fighter Pass. I can't remember what it's called. But, that's when we got, the Sagat announcement. That's when we got the Poison announcement. That's when we got our
DLC stuff.
Yeah, or even, they announced Championship Edition, I believe, at, either EVO or Capcom, Pro Tour. And so, whenever, the Capcom Pro Tour, culminates in Capcom Cup, and I think that's when their big announcements will be. But right now they're doing qualifiers. They're playing their own game. I don't think they're really worried about it right now. Yeah.
I'm just saying that, for a company that has had, as good a last 12 months as they have had.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember, some weeks ago on this show, I said, man, I'm not sure if I should look forward to the Capcom show.
Right, I remember that.
And then I got roasted for it, and...
You did get roasted. Fuck. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And then I was like, you know what? Maybe all right. Maybe I should adjust my expectations. And I did, based on the strength of the last year. And here we fucking are with 20 minutes on what they're putting out over literally the next month.
Yeah.
Congrats, Capcom.
Yeah, they're going to be fine. They're going to make a bunch of money off of stories. They're still making money off of Rise, new players and DLC stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't talk about it ever, but Monster Hunter World's cash shop actually made them a lot of money in addition to selling fucking 9 million copies of Monster Hunter World. Yep. And Rise has not a comparable install base, but a growing install base and a lot of people who are vibing with the gameplay and they're playing forever and there's another cash shop. So I think they're going to be fine.
I think the next show belongs to Tegan.
Does it?
Oh,
no, wait.
Does it?
I guess before we get to that, there's the dumb Razer showcase, right?
Yeah.
Razer's also a thing that I'm a little confused why it was at E3. It definitely felt like a Tokyo Game Show CES show. But Razer was there, and for people who aren't into PC gaming, Razer is one of the big accessory and peripheral sellers. They debuted a new laptop, very much in the style of Microsoft, where they said it's the most powerful, smallest laptop in the world, or whatever.
They yelled about that laptop for an hour.
They did. It was some shit. It looks good. The laptop itself, it looks good. I don't care. I'm not going to buy a laptop, so it's fine. And they announced a new 2K monitor, and it has a crazy high refresh rate for people who care. Anyone who cares, it's 165 hertz. And it got the very first THS certification ever granted to a PC monitor. So monitor heads, screen heads, they're going to love this shit, but otherwise, I don't know why this is at E3. They did mention that they're making a new face mask. It has LEDs. It's a high-tech smart mask, called Project Hazel. It's supposed to be made available in Q4 of this year. If you want to be alerted to its availability, you can sign up on Razer.com. But it's a face mask. It has LEDs. And it also has a voice amplifier, so your voice isn't muffled behind the mask.
Jesus.
They also promoted a new charger. It can charge up to 4 devices at a time using USB ports to USB-C to USB-A. And that was their show. It's all tech. There's no video games. But, at least they didn't pat themselves on the back for existing. But they are trying to sell you a dumb new smart mask. So, take that as you will.
Yeah, okay. So, there was a brief moment during the PC gaming show, or during the PC gaming show, they're like, hey, let's take a detour for hardware. And I didn't really dig too far into it because I didn't think that it was something that necessarily like rubbed any of our rhubarbs. But one thing I will say about that brief detour into hardware that happened at the PC Gaming Show was that they acknowledged the rise of low-spec handheld PCs. Like the idea that there are people out there who like handheld gaming and want their handheld gaming experience to also be their PC gaming experience. And the Razer thing where they're like, check out this fucking laptop. Okay, sir. And so I tried to make that a habit of, throughout E3. Whenever somebody was like, please go to this website, I went. I was like, all right, if this is part of your presentation, is me going to your website while you're yelling, I'll go. And so when like Razer's like, check out this fucking laptop. Oi, governor. I don't know why he's this, but he is now. But like the angry laptop man, like when I went to his website, that laptop starts at $2,500.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But once again, it's the most powerful laptop in the world, and it's only 14 inches. So, it seems like a direct competitor to stuff like Alienware, but it also has like a graphics card built in that like competes with like 3070s, which is nuts.
But like the people, like it seems to be like the PC people who are serious performance nerds are not people who are going to be gaming on a fucking laptop.
Depends, honestly, because like laptop is not just like a physical choice. It's a lifestyle choice, and there are definitely people that play that way. Like half of the people I raid with actually play like on gaming laptops.
No shit.
Yeah, like and like I know like the guy who like used to run our old FC, and he's like literally one of the best bards in the world by like statistics. And like he's been playing like Final Fantasy 14 on like various laptops for the past 10 years.
How about that?
Yeah. Like I agree that like there is a very loud like PC player base that like shuns laptops because they're not future proof. They are crazy expensive when you try to like piece out the parts. All that's really true, but there are still a significant number of people that buy them, and that's why they still exist on the market.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if like you buy the expensive gaming laptop, sure you're not future-proofing yourself, but like if you are willing to deal with like first stuff like good and then medium and then low, you could probably play on that like incredible gaming laptop for like longer than 5 years.
Right.
Yeah. Huh. So I guess for those of you out there who are going to buy the $2,500 gaming laptop, while I may personally not share the same priorities, I salute you. I hope that the shouting man from Razer made you happy.
Yeah, y'all are valid. But yeah, that's the Razer show. It was very black and green. There was a man yelling through most of it.
He really did yell. Yeah. I thought he was going to say the word jump jets at any time.
But Tegan, I believe your moment has arrived.
Yeah, I also believe my moment has arrived.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great moment. It's a beautiful moment. The Nintendo Direct happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a glorious time. No, it wasn't. That's a lie. It was very okay.
Can I tell people that Tegan killed me in chat?
I did. I murdered him. But that's okay because you also owe me an apology. So I will allow you first to say about how I killed you in chat, and then I will accept your apology.
Oh, no, let's get business out of the way first then. Like, what did I do, Tegan?
You told me that Breath of the Wild 2 was going to be out in 2 years, and I said, no, it's going to be out in 6. And I was right. So, I will accept my apology now.
Wait, you're saying that in 2017, I said Breath of the Wild 2 will be out in 2 years?
You did say that. That is true.
You did say. You literally said they're using the same assets from Breath of the Wild. It's going to be the same development cycle as between Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. 2 years, maybe 3 at most. And I said, I've sat through enough Nintendo stuff. It's going to be 6 year minimum.
Okay, how is this 6? They announced this thing in 2019. They announced it in 2019, and it's coming out in 2022. It sure looks like 3 years to me.
I mean, that's not the same 3 years. Like, you know that, Brian. Come on.
So you want me to backdate unannounced development time?
They said that... No, in 20... Like, okay, they may have...
They announced this game in 2019.
They formally announced the game in 2019. They said before that they were hiring to work on a Breath of the Wild game the year before, you said the max cycle is going to be 2 years from the release date of Breath of the Wild original.
No, like,
because
Tegan,
that's how long the release date was.
Tegan,
from between Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask.
That would have had the game out in 2019. That would have had the game out when they announced it.
Right, but they were saying...
I would not have said, like, it should be out right now. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
But you didn't say... Okay, whatever.
No, that literally doesn't make any sense. Because they announced this thing in 2019, right? They announced it in 2019, and if I said, like...
The first trailer we got for it was in 2019.
Yes, when they fucking announced it.
They said that they were working on a sequel, like, around the time...
No, they said they were working on a new Zelda game. They didn't acknowledge it was a Breath of the Wild sequel until 2019. They just said that they were working, like, Rocky, Nintendo. They're ridiculously, famously secretive. Like...
That's true.
Like, in 2018, all they said in 2018 was, we're working on a Zelda game. And it's like, no shit, the sky is blue and I like pistachios. Like, things that are, like, always true. Like, of course you're working on a fucking Zelda game, Nintendo. So all they said in 2018 was that they were working on a Zelda game.
Tegan, I don't think you're going to get your apology.
I don't think that she's owed one. No, like, you know that I am famously willing to eat my humble pie on the show. Like, is that on the record? Is that true?
That you eat your humble pie? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah, I eat shit when I believe I should eat shit. Like, when I am like, yep, I fucked that up, like, I am first in line to be like, I fucked that up. I don't think I fucked this up. Tegan?
I'm pretty sure you did, but we can go back to the tape.
Tegan, how'd you knock me on my ass?
Huh?
How did you not?
No, you're gonna tell that story.
I am? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I said you were going to tell that story.
Okay.
It's your ass that was not mine.
All right. So I put into our group chat as the Nintendo show is unfolding, or I guess just as it's wrapping up, I'm like, you know what? I'm like, that Nintendo show seemed okay. It seemed like it was a very okay show. Like, definitely placing all of the emphasis on the idea that there was like, that it was not a spectacular show, it was not an amazing show.
Mm-hmm.
That it was like what I would call like demonstrably mediocre. And then a thing that I would never fucking expect to happen, along comes Tegan and she's like, yep, I'd agree with that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm like, the world's premier Nintendo apologist. The person who like...
Oh, rude.
I don't think Tegan's an actual Nintendo apologist.
All right, I'll rephrase that. The world's premier Nintendo enthusiast.
Yeah, sure.
That's more accurate. That's closer. I am definitely, like, the first on the hype train when Nintendo deserves it.
Okay, like, Tegan, in fact, does believe in spoilers for marketing material.
Yeah.
Yeah, only for stuff I like.
But, like, I was just absolutely floored to hear her say, like, I would agree with that. Like, I was just like, holy shit. So at this point, like, I need to sit in the fucking back seat because I honestly want to hear Tegan talk about why she thought it was a mediocre showing.
I mean, it was just okay. I think, honestly, for the people who see the show doc, they know why. The Nintendo Direct was 40 minutes. The Nintendo Treehouse Live was 3 hours after that. And I have 6 things listed for the Nintendo section. And almost all of them happened in the second half of the show. Like, it was 20 minutes of and 20 minutes of, oh, that's neat, and that's about it. Like, the hype train did not depart the station.
What a giant letdown for their second-to-last fucking Smash character, right?
Whoa! What?
Oh, no, that was fucking hilarious.
Are you kidding? What are you mad about Kazuya for?
Okay, you've got 2 characters left, and he's one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah!
Are you asking for better Tekken, like, representation? Are there characters that you were looking forward to that you didn't see? Like, what do you...
Rabbid Peach. Rabbid Peach joins the battle.
Rabbid Peach is not coming.
Honestly, I think it would have been interesting if a Rabbid showed up, but I don't know. I'm not writing home about it.
Here's what's gonna happen, okay? They're gonna do what they did last time. They're gonna announce the last thing, and then they're gonna say, oh, we're doing one more, and the first character they announce in that one is gonna be Rabbid Peach. I
think it would just be like, I think they would show Rabbid Peach first, but I think like they would just give them one moveset and like
it'll be like they'll just be Rabbids skins, but
Right.
it's only one moveset.
Yeah, it'd be like the Pikachus, I think.
Yeah, where they wear different, like, little hats.
And I'll put it this way, like, I would not object to Kazuya if I didn't think he wasn't the second to last character. But, like, okay, cool. It's more like just where we are in, like, the life cycle for this. And they're like, hey, we're wrapping up. I'm like, man, if you're wrapping up, like, then I think you got to be a lot pickier.
Would you have played Super Smash Bros. Ultimate if Rabbid Peach was a playable character?
No.
Okay. Fine. No further questions.
Jesus, all right, Ace Attorney, fuck.
So what happened was, like, I saw they did, like, the pan up, you know, where he's carrying Ganon.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I was like, I saw those feet, and I was like, is that a Tekken? I'm sitting back at my desk, I'm, like, ready to take some notes, I see the feet, I'm like, is that a Tekken? And I started laughing really hard, and Alex had to pause out of work and come over to see why I was laughing so hard. Because of course it was a Tekken. Kazuya's great. It's gonna be fun.
They did get their memeable virality moment with the Kirby at the end of that. Like,
Yeah.
That was really good.
Sakurai would never kill Kirby. Kirby is his friend.
I definitely already saw some, like, good memes with that. Like, I saw one which was, like, Kazuya labeled, like, me willing to go outside after the pandemic is over. And then Kirby labeled my anxiety.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh, hold on, real quick. Just a small public service announcement. All you dipshit smashers who keep calling Kazuya a Shoto need to listen up, okay?
Oh, Jesus.
Shoto refers to something specific about Ryu and Ken, and it's the fact that they both practice Shotokan karate. Okay? It can be used to identify a fighting game character that has an advancing move, a projectile, and an anti-air that takes them off the ground. But even then, we have questions to talk about. Stop calling Kazuya a Shoto, because he's not one of those. Okay? He's a Mishima character. Get your head out of your ass. And then I'm done.
Footnote, Terry Bogard is not a Shoto.
Terry Bogart's not a fucking Shoto! Shoto doesn't mean characters from other fighting games. Like, god damn it.
Fun word. Shoto also means a boy, like a male character in anime who looks like a little boy.
That is true.
That's also a thing that a Shoto is. But that's just a different... When I saw Rocky scream about Shotos, I was like, why is he defending... Oh, it's fighting game. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, man.
Shoto is a boy, lowly type character. That's it.
Fun fact, Daniel LaRusso in The Karate Kid is a Shoto and a Shoto. There you go.
He is actually a double Shoto. Shoto squared, if you will.
So anyway, they showed a bunch of games I don't care about. Because I don't care about, I'm not talking about them. I did enjoy the Tekken reveal, though. That was funny. Mm-hmm. And I did enjoy everyone who was like, the only way that fucking Nintendo could fuck up is if they murder Captain Falcon live on stage. Are you kidding me?
They did.
It was really good. I do love Paula with his gift of prophecy.
I did like the Nintendo-specific marketing materials that Square Enix put together for Life is Strange. They obviously knew that they were trying to sell to a different crowd here.
Let's go lesbians.
Yeah, let's go. It was very soft. It was very good. There are feelings in that game. I'm not going to say they're good, but they exist. Be warned, Nintendo people. Well, I mean, if you're listening, you know. But anyway, I enjoyed the reveal of Mario Party Superstars because I have enjoyed the new Mario Party game.
Whoa, pump the goddamn brakes here.
No, I told you I'm only talking about the games I want. We can go back to the games you want to talk about later. I think the Mario Party Superstars thing should be DLC. I don't think it should be its own standalone game.
So I'm actually fucking mad about this.
Okay, yeah.
Mario Party Superstars looks good. It actually looks like a fun video game. Mm-hmm. And it is evident to me that Superstars appears to be like playing with different like tools and may have actually just been a full rebuild of like Super Mario Party. But I think Super Mario Party should have been overhauled since it's been around for 2 years. Like, I don't see the justification for them to have me rebuy Mario Party with, like, mostly classic maps when I already have a Mario Party game in my Switch. It's not like where they're shitting out 20 new, like, mini games every year, and that's why I buy the Mario Party to play at home, so I have Mario Parties 1 through 8, like Jackboxes or anything. Like, this is, like, Mario Party Classic that you're throwing together. And, like, we already had a Mario Party. Just put them in that. Like, what the fuck? Why are you charging me $60 for this?
The best explanation I saw for Mario Party Superstars online, which wasn't using my usual litany of arguments, which are well documented, was, what if EA charged you $60 for a collection of the best old Madden games?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. I wish this was DLC. For regular Mario Party, but whatever.
I paid $30 to DLC if you add it to fucking Super Mario Party. I'm just not paying $60 for it for a new title. Fuck you guys.
I'd pay $30 if you gave me like 4 maps, and then another $30 if you gave me another 4 maps.
I might have done that.
That'd be fun.
Yeah,
that'd be fine. But anyway. Then the first, I think, big excite for the show was definitely the reveal of Metroid Dread.
Oh yeah.
Oh, looks so good.
I'm actually really happy that they're bold enough to put a big, new, terrifying thing that follows you around for the rest of the game. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good. I haven't seen that in a while. I remember in Fusion where you had to, like, dodge, like, the Super X thing, and it's just like, oh shit, this thing is following me. I'm running for my life now. A lot of, like, I feel like a lot of side-scrollers don't do that. Or it's not side-scrollers, Metroidvanias, Jesus Christ. And, like, Metroid, because it hasn't had, like, a real entry for a very long time, hasn't gotten back to that kind of, like, spook that Metroid is capable of. And I'm glad that they're doing it here.
I like the new suit look. I think it looks sleek. I like the look of the monster. It feels very Portal-inspired. But it also moves very specifically like the main virus Digimon from Digimon the movie 2000. But, I like it. I'm excited for it. The amiibos are already gone.
Oh, fuck, are they really?
Yeah, they're gone. Yeah. Good luck. And the collector's edition, also already gone. You're not. Nope. You have to pay the exorbitant price on eBay if you want it.
Things that make me mad is that, like, all of the listings on eBay violate eBay's listing practices. eBay's listing practices says that you're not allowed to offer a pre-order product on eBay unless the item is shipping in 30 days or less.
Ooh.
Every listing for the premium Metroid Dread violates eBay's listing policy. So if you want to feel good about doing something, do what Brian does. Go through and report every one of those fucking listings. Because they'll get taken down.
They will. Yeah.
Yep. You'll get a little notification later on, which is like, thanks for letting us know. And if I can make a day worse for a predatory hypercapitalist, I will. You're not going to get them off other platforms, but at least you can get them off that one. I was really surprised at the level of transparency that Nintendo had later about Metroid Dread, where they were like, hey, this game's been in development off and on since, 2005. We've canceled it twice.
Yeah, 15 years. 15 years this thing's lived in limbo. Don't give up on your dreams, guys. Don't do it. It'll be fine.
Also, the people who keep saying that Metroid Dread looks like a PS2 game, you guys are rude, and you haven't seen a video game in the past 10 years.
Yeah, you don't remember what the PS2 looks like. You just remember what you think the PS2 looked like. Also,
people who are calling this game an air quote indie game, get fucked. I can't come with a more sophisticated response to that, because it doesn't deserve a more sophisticated response. Just get fucked. You have no idea what video games look like.
I don't think you know what an indie game looks like either.
Right.
But whatever. It's fine.
No Man's Sky called. They'd like to take a shit on you.
Right. You just don't remember what indie games look like either, and that's fine. It's fine. You haven't played games in the last 20 years. It's cool. We understand. Mouth closed on that one. Anyway, next game I was excited about is Fatal Frame. New Fatal Frame game.
Is it a new?
With my little...
It is, in fact, not a new Fatal Frame game.
Aw. New to me.
Fair enough.
So, there's that. Maiden of the Blackwater. Do I have my Nintendo Labo camera to take pictures with in the Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Maybe I invested in that stupid cardboard thing, and maybe I'm very excited about it. It's fine. And then I'm gonna skip the rest of the games, because I don't care. They're doing a Zelda Game & Watch. You can play the first 2 Zelda games, and the Game Boy version of Link's Awakening, which does not have the color dungeon. It's fine. It looks cute. Already sold out. They talk some more about The Legend of Skyward Sword HD. It's fine. And then they announced that Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out in 2022. They said in later interviews that they do have a title for it, but they are not telling us what the title of it is. And I was on another podcast that should be up by the time this episode goes out called Chat of the Wild, where they go through Zelda's and Zelda-like games, like every other season. So like one season they'll do a Zelda game, then they do a Zelda-like, then they do a Zelda game, then they do a Zelda-like. And we deep dove sort of both the grand total of 3 minutes of footage that we have of Breath of the Wild 2. And I didn't get to say everything I want to say on it because they didn't want to do any spoilers for Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword, because they're going to be playing that on their podcast when it comes out, which is fine. We're going to be doing a redo of the timeline conversation anyway, now that there are more Zelda games out, and so, like, we'll discuss in detail there as well. I'm exercising all of the restraint to not just scream about it. That was the only exciting thing for me. Okay, now what do you guys want to talk about?
Well, before we go back and get the stuff that Rocky and I care about, because I think that there's some stuff, I know that there's something. Rocky said he wanted the internet to suck his penis. He was so excited about something.
Yeah,
see, when you say it like that, it sounds gross, Brian.
Rocky, I was not expecting a tweet that was like, blank game announcement here, suck my dick. I was not expecting that tweet.
Well, I was right, and I wanted to say it.
Okay, but like there is stuff that like Tegan didn't mention that Rocky and I care about. But I guess before we get to that, the thing I really want to dig into is, because Tegan is such a Nintendo enthusiast, I kind of want to like just get her thoughts on like why she thought it was a mediocre show. Like what would have taken it from okay to great for her?
I mean, better games, more stuff that was interesting to me. It felt kind of flat. I kind of wish that our new Nintendo of America CEO, Doug Bowser, had been in on some of the video recordings. I think that would have been a cool thing to have. I understand why they didn't. Japan's not letting anyone into the country, except the Olympic athletes right now, so, but, like, it was just okay. Like, the energy level wasn't there for me compared to, like, previous Nintendo Directs. I don't know. It was just alright.
I think about how comfortable Iwata-led Nintendo was with being fucking weird all the time, right? And I remember that E3 where they had Iwata, Miyamoto, and Reggie fucking Muppets made by the Jim Henson Company coming out together, and how amazing and weird and like just batshit insane that was. Like having a Reggie Muppet saying like, my body is Reggie, and like they all turned into Star Fox characters, and it was just wild. And how under the years where Iwata led the company, their E3 presentations felt irreverent and playful and silly. And even if you weren't necessarily interested in every game, moment to moment, it had that sensation of like sipping a warm cup of cocoa. You know, like it felt playful. It felt fun. And it feels increasingly under like the current leadership, both in NOJ and NOA, like they just are here to sell me stuff. And at least the illusion that it is fun time with pals is further away.
See, I don't think it's that necessarily. I think they're doing some different strategic marketing things, and they just haven't figured out how to make those whimsical necessarily. And I think that's more because the leadership, because they're new to Nintendo specifically, they're not used to being fun. They're used to being serious. So I think it's that kind of mesh. The like strategic thing that I think they're doing specifically, and Rocky and I had like a mini conversation about this, is they purposefully chose to release Skyward Sword as an individual HD remake because of how much Breath of the Wild 2 is going to rely on the player's knowledge of what happens in Skyward Sword and the locations in Skyward Sword. And so, like, Skyward Sword is a game, and I'm pretty sure I said this in our initial thing when we were talking about the Mario 3-pack, that if they did a Zelda 3-pack, they would put Skyward Sword in it, because otherwise people would not buy Skyward Sword. Because of how finicky the controls were and all of that on the Wii system specifically.
Right.
But now that it's like, it's basic, I don't want to say it's going to be mandatory viewing, but like, you're going to want to read up on the plot of Skyward Sword and the locations of Skyward Sword if you want to get the full experience of Breath of the Wild 2, and they're giving you an option to do that right here, without the weird motion controls if you don't want to deal with them.
Yeah, about that.
And, like, what?
There was a reveal that they just kind of, like, glossed over really quickly when they were talking about Skyward Sword. When they were talking about, like how the game controls, they're like, yeah, use exciting motion controls, and then they go, or use traditional button controls in handheld mode. Meaning that, like, if you don't want to sit there swinging your arms about, you have to play in handheld mode.
I mean, to be fair, I only play in handheld mode, so this does nothing for my experience.
Okay, Tegan, but
this does not change my interacting with the game at all.
But there are plenty of people out there who don't. As much as I love handheld gaming, most of my time with my Switch is spent sitting in front of my television. And so, like, if what they're telling me is like, hey, Brian, if you want to play this game this way, you have to play in handheld mode, they are literally disincentivizing me from buying the fucking thing. Like, it's like, you created the controller mapping. Why not just let me use the controller mapping that you created when I have my Switch docked? You know, like that just, it seems like I was like actually on board with buying this thing until they said that. And I was like, well, whatever. Like, if there are refreshers I need on Skyward Sword, I guess I can go watch a YouTube video because Nintendo doesn't want my money. I'm not going to sit here and bitch about the whole fast travel thing and the amiibo, because, like, if the fast travel thing that is locked behind that amiibo was such a crisis, then, like, I'm sure we would have heard people bitching about it, like, years ago when Skyward Sword came out. And, like, there was plenty of yelling when Skyward Sword came out, but I don't think it was about that. It was about the endless tutorialization, the really condescending to the player nature of, like, dialogue, where they just, like, laid out everything as if people were just fucking stupid. It was not about, like, oh gosh, I can't fast travel enough. So, like, whatever. You want to sell an amiibo and lock some fast travel behind it? Fine, whatever. But, like, to be like, okay, our motion controls sucked, and so we created new not motion controls, and then to, like, say, I'm sorry, you can't use the new not motion controls unless you're in handheld.
Brian, Pro Controller support is confirmed for Skyward Sword HD.
So just play with your Pro Controller, because you can't swing that thing around. And also, you wouldn't have to watch a YouTube recap. You could just ask me.
A YouTube recap will cost me 30 minutes. Asking Tegan, I should probably pack several meals.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, we did the whole timeline in, like, under 2 hours. So.
Yeah, it was good. I can be quick.
Let's see here.
I does not want to talk to Tegan about Zelda.
No, Rock.
That whole thing.
Honestly,
I did the whole Nintendo Direct in like less than 15 minutes. I'm being very good.
No, I'm sorry if I cast that impression. I apologize.
No, it's fine. I just assume you're taking the piss.
Okay, cool. Then it sounds
also,
like
I'm eating ice cream now, so
it sounds like there's like piss taking on top of piss taking, so there's just piss everywhere.
Disgusting.
That's true. I don't argue that point. I do want to talk about some small print that happened on the bottom of the screen during one game that was shown. When they showed Guardians of the Galaxy, they buried the fucking lead about something in tiny print at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it's cloud version, yeah.
Yeah, it does not run locally on your device. It is, hope you have a real good, real stable internet connection.
Is that how the last one ran on the Switch too?
Wait.
What is the last one?
The other...
yeah, there's a couple of
What
games
am I
like
thinking of?
Control and Hitman 3 only run cloud versions on the Switch.
Right, yeah. So this isn't like necessarily new.
It's not
For
new.
Nintendo to do. But also, we're all already sick of Guardians of the Galaxy. So, I feel like the people who are going to get the Guardians of the Galaxy game are going to get it on PlayStation. Or on Xbox, or whatever. No, they're not going to get it on the Switch.
I think requiring an internet connection to play a video game is, like, iffy. Like, I don't feel great about it pretty much any circumstance. But I think cloud versions of games aren't necessarily bad as long as they still work well.
I wonder if this is one of those things where, like, when Square Enix was doing the business with Disney for this, Disney was like, and you have to release it on Switch too. Kind of like, we were talking about how, like, an overbearing licensor with lots of requirements. Mm-hmm. This feels like that moment here. Like,
sure.
As opposed to, like, allocating, like, a shit ton of development resources to creating, like, a stripped-down, ugly version that can run on Switch. Why don't we try this and hope for the best?
Okay, like, I understand that, like, you're kind of, like, trashing it, but, like, I've looked into, like, the cloud versions for both Control and, like, Hitman 3, and I didn't really find any issues. I do know that there are, like, fundamental, like, principled issues against, like, requiring, like, for, like, cloud gaming on, like, devices that can't actually handle them. These, like, iterations seem to be fine. And if there is anything that's actually egregious about it, I'm not sure if it's based on the fact that it's simply a cloud version.
No, when I said stripped down ugly, I was talking about, like, a hypothetical port which was actually designed to run on the Switch's specs.
I know. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that, like when I see, like, these, like, cloud versions of these games, like, the fact that they're cloud versions don't actually seem to really impede on the gameplay experience, like, given, like, modern internet. You know, if you're, like, in a rural environment where you can't guarantee, like, 25 megabits down, then yeah, like, you're gonna have trouble playing these games on a Switch. But for the most part, like, I can't even find an actual, like, internet service provider that offers less than, like, 40, 50, like, megabits per second.
As somebody who has recently been playing around with some cloud gaming,
okay,
and I should once again say that there are two kinds of opinions in this world. The opinions held by people who speak for Amazon, and
the people who do not speak for Amazon, and we are the group that does not speak for Amazon.
I swear, right. I keep doing this. I keep doing this to Brian. Oh my god.
Yeah, and
Stop. We just gotta, please just record the thing, and you can just say, Rocky, insert the recording. Like, honestly. It'll take you 10 minutes.
Right.
Yeah, we'll do it next week.
Okay, and so I have been using Amazon Luna, and I've been using Amazon Luna on a network which is getting routinely 150 down, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I'm here to tell you that, like, at 150 down, like, I've been encountering some problems.
Okay. That's fair.
It's kind of like when you, like, actually start to, like, go out and, like, talk to people about, like, their lived play experiences on various streaming platforms. Then, like, it starts to become more like, what's this all about? And that's where I worry, is that, like, if 150 down isn't really sufficient for, like an action game, then, like, what's gonna happen when I'm fucking Nathan Draking down that fucking cliff? Like,
that could be a concern.
Yeah. Like, I just anticipate, like, a lot of bit rate and a lot of chug. The thing that got my wife the most excited during this show, the thing that made her clap and go, I want to buy that video game, was 2 Point Campus.
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, we had already discussed 2 Point Campus.
I believe so.
Last week. So
I guess what I'm calling out here is that, like, the prominent showcase that it got seemed to actually do work. Which I think is a good call out. Like, Nintendo's like, this we think there will be an audience for in this show. Apparently they were right. Mm-hmm. I guess it's a good thing that Cruisin' Blast is coming to the Switch finally. I mean, it's so weird because, like, Nintendo owns the Cruisin' name, which they licensed out to that, like, weird arcade company that, like, pretty much just makes games for, like, Dave & Buster's and another company. And so, like, Cruisin' Blast has, like, been in arcades for, like, 4 years. So I guess it comes home to Nintendo? but who cares? Really?
Some kids will play it.
The car evaded being bit by a dinosaur. Okay. But then the thing that made me go, yeah, you got my money. You got my number. You've got my number. You've got my money. Super Monkey Ball 20th Anniversary Collection.
Oh, so you're a friend of the Chad Monkey Ball as well.
I am. Oh, yes. Yes.
I don't care about Super Monkey Ball personally, and when they announced that, I fucking aged 100 years. I was like, it's been 20 years. Wheel me into the home.
So you were like, oh my god, I can't believe Super Monkey Ball is 20 years old?
Yeah, I was like, oh, Jesus. And I saw the first one, and I was like, crunchy graphics. In 2001,
they look pretty crunchy.
Those are crunchy.
But they're all 100% fun, though. That's the thing. They're pure, unadulterated fun.
They're definitely fun, but I was like,
Well, Tegan, let me let you know that the exciting part about getting older is now imagine that happens like all the time whenever media comes out. Like,
hey, I can't wait for it.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't quite all age me as sharply as that did, I'll be okay. With other stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, like time has passed, that's fine. It's all good. Da-da-da-da-da. But I was like,
The kids are going to be talking to Tegan. Tegan's going to be like, yeah, I'm back when I was playing video games. We used to play with games on controllers. And it's like, okay, let's get you to bed, Grandma.
I'm going to be in bed in my full dive tech, and I'm going to be like, back in my day, if I was this old, I wouldn't have been able to play my favorite video games, because I had to use a Wii balance bar.
Oh, fuck, not the balance board. Imagine talking about DDR, like the actual pads.
Oh, dude.
It was a giant D-pad, but you had to step on it, like, with your feet. It's like...
But the thing is, because, I'm forever gonna be, 26 years old in my brain, I'm gonna be so fucking spry as an old lady. And then one day I'll log in and be like, who the fuck are all of you? And then I'll die.
Oh, no!
back in my day, we used to play Eternal Champions on the Sega Genesis using an activator. It was a ridiculous hexagon. You would just lay on the floor. I liked it.
Yes, quite.
And so Monkey Ball is there for those of us who are, I guess, ready to die, but Monkey Ball wants more. Mm-hmm. Then they came for me again when they said, Brian, why don't you WarioWare get your life together? The new WarioWare game announcement could only have been better if it was an announcement of a new Wario platformer. I liked all the Wario narration where he's like, my company, The Wario toothpaste minigame show, and I was like, yep, that checks out. They're like, now with co-op minigames. I'm like, okay, that checks out too. This looks like excellent WarioWare garbage. Please shovel this into my eyes. This also explains that ridiculous survey that Nintendo was sending out a few weeks ago, where they're like, hey, how much would you pay for a new WarioWare game? Mm-hmm. Like, Jesus, Nintendo. And sure enough, the announcement of this game also came with the announcement that it is $50. So I'm like, well, I guess I know what the most popular answer was on that fucking survey. But I guess just based on sort of the feedback from this show, maybe they should have sent out that same survey about how much would you pay for a compilation of old Mario Party minigames.
$30. It's $30.
I do want to talk to the people who willingly put $50 and $60 on how much they'd be willing to pay for a WarioWare collection. I thought we were in this together. What the fuck?
But Rocky, these are new minigames. This is not rehash WarioWare.
I'm just saying we could have all had this game for $30, $40 a pop, and now we don't.
That is a good point. It was literally a survey which had four choices, which were 60, 50, 40, and 30 on it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Which meant that the most fuckos were like, you know what? You're offering it for 30, but I'd give you 50.
Yeah.
You know what? I just had a vision, Rocky. Picture a computer desktop somewhere, a dimly lit room. We're pushing in from behind on a guy wearing a black T-shirt, sitting at his computer. He's got the survey up on his screen. He clicks 50, and then turns to the screen so we can see him now, and he goes, "Chaos."
Oh my god.
Ah, damn it.
Then they talked about a game which I know that Rocky's interested in, and I would like to be interested in.
Oh, you're just going to go through the whole show. My bad.
No.
I'm once again asking you to play a Shin Megami Tensei video game.
Yeah, and the thing is they had their candy out. They showed me their suggested candy.
No, it's actually really funny. So, that, direct presentation is literally the best tutorial for Shin Megami Tensei that I've literally ever seen. I've been playing this game for so long, and that's the best introduction to it that, I've seen anyone do literally ever, which is just so fucking funny to me. Oh my god. But to the point that Tegan was talking about before, one of the things that I noticed is that Shin Megami Tensei 5 actually borrows a lot from the visual look of Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne, specifically the remaster. Mm-hmm. And it seems as if, they were positioning the remaster, not just for, Switch, obviously, because it did come out on PS4, I think, and, Steam. But, they positioned it so that, if you played Nocturne, then you'd get a feel for what you were getting into for Shin Megami Tensei 5. Much like the way that, Nintendo was positioning Skyward Sword HD.
Yeah.
Possibly for a way to, give you, a sense of what you were getting into for Breath of the Wild 2.
Man, that, ruined post-apocalyptic desert fucking demon hellscape Tokyo looks so fucking cool!
Yeah, I'm actually big worried about it because it means that the Angels won and they nuked everything, and I'm worried about the world that's after that.
Oh, man.
I appreciate that you're thinking about the consequences of the Angels.
Jeez.
Also,
there's a reason we shot him in the head, Tegan. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. Well aware.
I'm just glad that, so far on this this episode, we have had multiple series where we're okay, but what's important is the lore. And I was I was out here for the Halo lore, Tegan was out here for the Zelda lore, and now, Rocky's look, the fucking Angels won. And so...
I'm being really good. I want everyone to understand that I'm being really good. And I was also really good on Chat of the Wild, because they were well, we're going to play Skyward Sword later, so we don't want it, if that's going to be someone's first introduction, we definitely want to talk about it there. And I was okay, that's fair. After the game comes out, can we do another one of these where we talk about all the things that we were right about? So, yeah, too many. I'm being very good. I just want to... Alex lives with me. He's trapped here. He's stuck. He can't escape. I almost woke him up in the middle of the night because I had an idea.
I'm just saying that, there was definitely a time where I did look at Beth and go, I'm not even sure that's Master Chief. Let me walk you why I think that might not be Master Chief. So,
that stuff is fun.
Yeah. Man. So, Rocky, they tempted me. I remember getting repeatedly kicked in the penis by Shin Megami Tensei 4. As I have said on the show before, I bought Shin Megami Tensei 4 twice.
Brian, wait, do you have Apocalypse? Because, I saw this, and, I picked up my copy of Apocalypse and started playing it again. I think, the press turn system, the way that they explained it is actually it's one of the best tutorials I've seen for this kind of game. But I think the press turn system is something that's initially punishing, but it's something that you'd really fucking vibe with, Brian. Because, I've gotten to the state in, Apocalypse where I have the demons that I want and I have the levers that I feel like I need to pull at any given moment. So, I'll walk into a fight against most things and I will hit them, 9 times before it's their turn once. And, if I get 9 moves before you get 1, 8 out of 10 times, you're just dead. The boss encounters are tougher because there has to be an increase in difficulty because the game actually potentially gives you so much power. But that does mean that, most times when you fight bosses, it's not, a thing that you kind of get to roll through. You're probably going to get your shit kicked in, around once or twice. Whenever you see, a new creature, what you're really on is, a fact-finding mission. You're trying to find out how, what element do I need to exploit to push through the press turn system. And then after that, it's just a joy to roast them every time you see them.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what? I've got time to think about it because I've already I guess jumped into one terrifying new journey. I caved and I bought a fighting game.
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna play Strive. Strive is great, dude.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I think Strive like might be a game that you'd really like vibe with, because a lot of the experience is like hating literally every character, including your own, but then playing it for like 10 hours at a time. Like, it's just like, oh man, I hate the fucking main mirror. Like, don't you play May? Yeah, she's fucking bullshit. And then you play the same dude for like 5 hours. Like,
oh my god.
Like,
oh my god.
Like every other day I'm just like watching some shit and it's just like, I see like some combo that goes off and like, yo, that's fucked up. Like, how do you do it? Like, what, how, like give me the
I hate
tech.
everyone here, including my fucking self.
Yeah, but then you keep playing because like you're actually having fun, but like it's just like,
right. So like, give me some time because right now I've already got my terrifying gaming project.
Yeah, have fun, man.
I've bought. It has been a while. You know, it's been a while. Like
Yeah, it's been like 6 years, like 8,200 years.
Yeah, the last for realsies fighting game I bought was Street Fighter V. You know, like I did get like Bravery Network Online, but like as we've said on the show, like that's very different.
Mm-hmm.
But like here I am with this, but like I'm so fucking tempted by this like Shin Megami Tensei because like everything about this world and this lore and like it just the whole like everything about Shin Megami Tensei seems so fucking cool. It's just like
yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely a good vibe. And then we'll get you into Persona.
They just need to come up with, like, Persona is not, like, a difficulty curve thing, Tegan. It's just it's a time sink thing.
Yeah, I know it's a time sink thing. I 100% understand.
Do we need to talk about the Dragon Grandpa reissues?
The what?
I'm being goofy. The Danganronpa.
Oh, it's free money. Congratulations for them.
Yeah.
I wish it had taken off on mobile.
The people who play Danganronpa are very excited about playing more Danganronpa.
Yeah, but I mean,
Danganronpa.
Yeah, and like the thing is like I'm even a Dragon Grandpa guy, right? Like, I am one of those people, but I'm like, it's them again. Okay, whatever. And like the summer camp game, like just like they're like, hey, you remember the mini games from this one game? We've expanded those mini games into a game. Like that doesn't seem like. I am glad that the Fatal Frame game that was on Wii U, where nobody had a chance to play it because it was the fucking Wii U.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, it's like literally like the last Wii U not yet ported to Switch game, Xenoblade Chronicles X. Is it holding down the fort?
I mean, we also don't have like the Wonderful 101.
No, Wonderful 101 is on Switch.
Oh, is it?
Not only is it on Switch, it's on PlayStation and Xbox and PC.
Oh shit! Well, I hope people play it. That was fun. Think so.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
Yeah, like after they ported that, what's the game where people kiss and have a triangle? Like Shin Megami Tensei versus Kissing Triangle game. F.E. Sharp.
Oh. No, that's already on Switch.
Right, I was saying, like, after they ported that, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, with the Fatal Frame game, the last one at this point is Xenoblade Chronicles X. Like, every other meaningful Wii U exclusive has been ported at this point.
Probably.
Yeah. Rocky, yell at us.
I'm not going to yell. I've done my yelling. But, yeah, Advance Wars is coming back. We had Joe on, I believe. Was it last week or was it the week before?
Week before.
Yeah. And we were talking about potential, like, hopes, expectations, fears. And, like, I was talking about, I hope Advance Wars gets a chance to come back. And, like, I knew it was a long shot, but that was one thing that, like, I truly believed could find a place on Switch. Because there had been, you know, a couple of games, like Wargroove or that other Steel something that was, like, trying to do the Advance Wars thing, but it just didn't quite do it. I'm almost certain it's a one-to-one remake, to be honest. Like, I don't think there's going to be any, like, huge surprises in it. If there are surprises, I guess I'll be surprised. But I'm pretty sure they're just remaking the GBA games, like, faithfully in the new art style. I like the new art style. It's shiny. I would like to visit with, like, these characters again. I think I'd be interested in something that, like, remakes, like, or reimagines, like, multiple CEO encounters. Like, the same way that, like, Dual Strike had you, like, control 2 CEOs the whole time. If there was, like, an online co-op that, like, used that type of gameplay would be cool. But honestly, like, I'm just hoping that this does well. so that Nintendo believes that there is a place for Advance Wars and doesn't get spooked by, like, you know, the previous weaker showings of the other, like, sort of tactical strategy games that have been showing up in the past couple of years.
Well, I mean, I'm guessing that somewhere, at least one or two of those games must have sold well. And, like, sure, Wargroove, like, fell on its ass and, like, didn't do well for a lot of different reasons. But a game that I wouldn't call, like, a direct one-to-one comparison with Advance Wars, but I saw a lot of mentioning of Advance Wars in the positive press for this game was Into the Breach.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
I remember that, like, when you and I both gushed about that game, we invoked Advance Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And an advantage that Nintendo has as a platform holder is they obviously have the sales numbers for all these games, right? Like,
right.
So they can be like, oh, they sold this many Wargrooves and people didn't even like that game, or they sold this many Into the Breaches and people did like that game. Like,
I didn't say it like the week before, but when I was saying that, like, the key to, like, making sure that Advance Wars is successful is its simplicity, what I meant was something in the vein of, like, Into the Breach. I think Into the Breach has a lot of, like, unique interactions that can add complexity to the game. But looking at it and paying attention to it and interacting with it is pretty simple. And, like, it's very replayable, where, like, you just need to, like, piece together how these maps work and, like, what you need to do in a particular situation. And I think those are the things that are compelling about these kinds of strategy games.
I'm not even really a big tactics guy at all. But like, I was immediately able to get into the Breach and be like, okay, this is where the pieces go. Like, this is how you play this game. So I think you're right. Like, clearly explaining itself is a quick way to get new people. I guess, like, a couple thoughts that, like, immediately jump out are that obviously the series predated the GBA. It just seems to have died until now on the GBA. And so, like, it was always, like, name of platform and then Wars. Like, it's the Wars franchise, but...
Advance Wars died on the DS, not the GBA.
And it wasn't called DS Wars in the DS?
No. It was Advance Wars 2, and then Advance Wars Dual Strike, which came out on the Nintendo DS, and then Advance Wars Days of Ruin, which was the last entry in the series, which also came out on the DS.
So, I guess we had Famicom Wars, Game Boy Wars, Super Famicom Wars, Game Boy Wars 2, and then, sure enough, Advance Wars Days of Ruin. Like, so at some point, they decided that this was the Advance Wars series.
Right, yeah.
And I wonder if that's because that was the first one in the series that was released outside of Japan. Because previous to that, like, they never localized them. Famicom Wars or Game Boy Wars or Super Famicom Wars never got released outside of that market.
I feel like that. I think that's one of the big catalysts. I think a lot of people really latched onto the characters in, like, Advance Wars, which is weird. But, like, maybe it's, like, part of, like... I want to say, like, when it came out, it was, like, 2000 or so? And it was, like the beginning of, like, really, like, intense, like, fandom culture.
Right.
But I'm not sure. I'd have to dig more into it.
Something else that, like, really jumped out at me is that, like, the looks of the units in the trailer that they showed looked like a lot more tween, a lot more cute. Like, they looked like little toys. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, but, like, if you go and you, like, look at the unit models, like, back in Advance Wars, like, they look like military units represented in a pixel manner. Like,
Yes.
Right. But here it looks like they're going for, like, a cuter aesthetic for their tanks and so forth. I wonder if that's because of, like, a overall philosophical shift with, you know, like, within Nintendo, like, we don't want this war franchise. It's really at the heart of, like, of this franchise. Like, it is a military strategy game, but now, like, making the units look like something which could be, like, easily interpreted as toys, I think kind of takes the sting out of some of that.
I think it may be an overcorrection regarding, like, the failure of Days of Ruin. Because, like, Days of Ruin basically took what they were doing in Dual Strike and, like, firmly threw it in the other direction. Like, they made, like, hard, gritty, like, war-torn stories and stuff. You interacted with the refugees. You talk to the people who just like had their lives destroyed in front of them, and like people didn't really vibe with that. And I get it. And so like maybe they're trying to move towards toys to try to make it feel as play oriented as possible. And it seems like a really safe move. It might be an overcorrection, or it could be philosophical, but I'm not sure if I'm ready to go that far yet.
One thing I am happy about is with who is handling this for Nintendo. Yeah. I'm glad to see like Nintendo reaching out to WayForward for this, because so much of the work that WayForward already does just feels like absolutely at home, like on Nintendo platforms. So much of their work just feels like fucking Nintendo games. Like, if Nintendo were walking around right now buying studios, if they're like, we want to do a Microsoft and just start buying studios, and it feels like it has been a minute since like Nintendo has been in studio buy-in mood.
Sure.
But like, I would say like, okay, just like actually do the deed with HAL and make that shit legit and WayForward. That would be my first recommendation. So seeing that WayForward is doing this remake feels like a good call.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything else that really lit your dick on fire from the Nintendo Direct, Rocky?
I'm glad that I don't have to play Mario Golf Super Rush now. So
Yeah.
I was really on the fence about it.
Me too. I had the exact same impression. Like, I was on the fence, and then they showed me more, and now I don't want it.
I'm more of like, now that I've discovered Dodgeball Academia, I can just look forward to that. Like, I'm fine.
The thing that they showed me that like took me off the fence was they were showing more of like the adventure, like RPG mode with like your me, and I was like, this doesn't look like what I want. Like I want something which has got like a huge giant amount. Like I want giant amounts of personality. Like Golf Story was fucking legend tier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sports Story win. Super Rush, like they showed the RPG quest mode, and it felt really dull and lifeless. I was like, okay, so I guess I'm a me, right? Whatever.
I really liked how like the Camelot games previously allowed you to play like a bespoke character.
Mm.
But yeah, like these aren't really doing it.
Yeah.
I probably would rather replay like the Mario Tennis single player campaign again before I play like Super Rush's adventure mode.
Something that Tegan mentioned, but I guess didn't go wild for because it's not the type of thing she goes wild for, is like, I will, of course, be getting a Legend of Zelda Game & Watch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you get one? Did you snag one?
No, but.
Is this where you tell me you also know a guy?
No, this does not include that. But the Mario Game & Watches also sold out immediately, but they got restocked pretty quickly.
I gotcha.
Right, like, when the Mario Game & Watches got restocked, it seemed like once the predatory resellers discovered that like they weren't making like bank hand over fist on those Mario Game & Watches, like they're just like, all right, fuck it, we won't even like deal with the restock. So like, no, I didn't get one, but like if it's anything like the Mario one, like I'm not worried.
Fair enough.
So like, I would agree, Tegan, mediocre show.
I'm interested to see if Legend of Zelda Adventure Link and Link's Awakening have something to do with Breath of the Wild 2. Sorry, Chiki's trying to be good.
So I am trying to be good. I can say shortly, I don't think so.
Fair enough.
But I will not elaborate right now.
Rocky, none of them have anything to do with Breath of the Wild 2, but we are certain, and Tegan and I definitely have the documents to prove it, that Vermin featuring Link definitely figures into Breath of the Wild 2.
Oh my god.
I will go to the moon. Please don't make me go to the moon. I'm trying to be very good here for your show, Brian.
Hey Tegan, what happened at the Bandai Namco show?
Nothing! Nothing happened at the Bandai Namco show! Nothing at all! It was not even oh god, it was a 15-minute interview with the guys who are doing the Dark Pictures series, and it was like, and that wasn't like even including the like minute and a half extra trailer we got that they also talked over. Like,
why?
Nothing. Not an anime in sight. Bandai Namco's the anime people. Like, not a Naruto fighting game. Not anything about the second My Hero Academia fighting game they're doing. Nothing about Digimon Survive, which was supposed to come out last year, and now is supposed to come out this year. Like, fucking not even we actually killed it, we just don't want to say anything. Like, absolutely fuck all. Oh, God. It was a drought. I'm dying. Like...
There was a fucking meme I saw on Twitter after Monday when, like, all of these terrible try-hard dipshits were like, oh, E3 is sucked. And I'm like, fucking idiots. Like, there's been, like, plenty of really good games shown, but, like, every one of you, there's like one game you want to see, and unless you see that one game, you're like, E3 sucked. And so, like, there was this meme that was going around on Monday night, which was Goku and Mario both looking into a sunset together because it's the end of E3, and Goku says, well, Mario, we have to save E3. And Mario says, let's go. And I'm like, you fucking children. Like, that's not what's going to happen. Like, Bandai has literally 30 minutes on the books. Like, how are they going... God, I'm so tired. Tegan, I'm so tired.
I understand you're so tired, but, like, I've been waiting for anything about Digimon Arise now for literally since they announced it and gave us that, like, little animated trailer, like, that's going to show at the beginning of the game. I was so excited. And, like, the whole community is really excited. I'm like, Digimon events have passed, and they haven't said shit. And that's terrifying. They announced a new line of little Digivices. We got nothing. They did the 20th anniversary of the Teamers thing. We got nothing. They did DigiFest 2021. We got nothing. Just tell us the game is dead. Tell us you canceled the game. Something. Like,
well,
there's nothing.
I have an idea for a way we could close out today's episode, which is, what are your top 5 games that were not at E3 that you're like, where are you? I just need a little bit. I think we know one of Tegan's.
As long as it's short.
Digimon.
Yeah, like I Bandai Namco, like,
where are you? And I'm so sorry.
Yeah, like, I don't understand why they bought time. Like, it's the same thing as Capcom. Like, why did you spend the money? I guess there's one last show that, like, we covered, which I think I understood why they bought time. Scroll to my notes, which was Yooreka. Yooreka is this, like, Chinese publisher, and they're like, hey, you know, like, we have previously published exclusively in China. They mentioned that they had published on Tencent's platform. Like, Tencent pretty much has a Steam equivalent in China that they've been publishing on that.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, hey, now we're publishing internationally. And they showed 8 games. They showed 8 games in 12 minutes, which sounds a lot different, like interviewing the Dark Pictures guys for 15 minutes. So, one thing that I will say is that they seem to show, like, a lot of, like, city building and survival games, which I think tells me a little bit about, like, the current shape of, like, the Chinese market. They're like, please check out this game where you will go and chop the wood and fight the guys and build the fort. And there were, like, 4 of those. I'm like, all right, I'm not interested in any of them, but obviously there is a market for them. Then they showed a game called Loopmancer, which is a roguelite Metroidvania. And it's a game which actually acknowledges your death every time. Your character is aware that he's dying, and he's like, the time loop is reset. So every time you die, you're aware of your death, and you're like, the time loop's reset, and you know a little bit more, and you're like, oh, now, like, here's what I now know that I need to do now that the time loop is reset. And I'm like, okay, I like roguelikes which have, like, persistent awareness across runs. Like, that seems to make them more fun. Like, I don't think any of us mind dying a shit ton in Hades because, like, there was that sensation of persistence. So Loopmancer looks cool. It has, like, a good cyberpunk flavor. The only other game that really jumped out for me from their show, which I was like, hey, I think all 3 of us might care about this, was they showed a game called Mohism, which is a game where you are a martial artist detective. It's a period piece. And you're out there, like, solving crimes, solving murders, and sure enough, like, you're looking for clues, interviewing witnesses, and then you determine who did the crime, and you present your case to people who oppose your position, and you argue for it with mechanics built around the arguing. Does this sound familiar, anyone?
Yeah, it's Ace Attorney. It's called Moe's and Battle of Words.
Yep.
Okay.
And
there's a demo on Steam, actually.
Yes. It gave me very strong, positive Ace Attorney vibes. So I was like, I will check this out. But I think that's the last show. I think we're free. Did we make it?
Tegan, 5 games that you wish were at E3?
Other than Digimon Survive?
Digimon Survive is one on the list.
Is one of them. No, I'm good.
Okay. Brian?
Honestly, I'm good.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay. Resident Evil 4 VR for Oculus. Where was it? Bayonetta 3. We're out here. We're starving in the desert. Please, where's Bayonetta? Where is Forspoken? Come on. Give us more on Forspoken. Where is... give us something. Metroid Prime 4. Knock twice if you're alive. Just knock twice. Let us know. And I'm going to go wild with my last pull, which is that we have not gotten a new Style Savvy game since they stopped putting out games for the 3DS. Nintendo, you're continuing to service so many of your other 3DS franchises. Where is Style Savvy? There's my 5.
Okay, so we're going to do Bloodstained 2, Sports Story, Final Fantasy 16. Jesus. It just had the other 2. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to say...
Brian, Style Savvy, Fashion Famous on the Switch.
Wait, what?
Already.
Get fucked. Yeah. No, okay, we don't have time. Mario...
Release date, June 30th, 2021.
Okay,
so,
10 days.
There you go.
Wait, so there's a new fucking Style Savvy game coming out in a week and a half, and they didn't talk about it at all?
Mario Kart 9 and fucking, you know what, Horizon Forbidden West. Everyone, this has been our show. It's called Impossible Coin. We do it every week. It will never be this long ever again. You can find it...
Yeah, it'll be this long next year. Don't let him lie!
You can find it wherever podcasts are found, except for SoundCloud, because fuck SoundCloud, guys. Hit them for me just one more time, please.
Fuck SoundCloud!
The music at the beginning and end of this podcast was produced by our friend Big Sach. You can find his work at soundcloud.com/Big Sach and J. Our logo was designed by Lauren Moran. She's on Twitter at Lauren Moran. Give her money on her Patreon. She does the good shit. We have a Patreon. It's where you'll find our artisanal show notes, our bespoke watch-alongs, and audio essays about things that we care about. You can find us on social media. It's all Impossible Coin. I'm on Facebook and Instagram. Brian's on Twitter. Tegan's on Tumblr. And that's it. That's the show.
That is the show.
And you can find me on Blanco's Block Party.
Oh, fuck off. Absolutely not. We said we weren't going to give them time.
Brian.
We agreed in the chat.
Brian's...
We're not doing it.
No, I think that was Duck It. Brian, say peace so we can leave.
Peace.